So often, wild animals are the casualties of our human existence. Killed for profit. Their habitats under threat. Made to live in cramped spaces, poorly fed. They're destined to live out their lives in misery unless someone takes action. Wild Animal Rescue follows the people from the international animal welfare charity 4 Paws as they go on daring and sometimes dangerous rescue missions to give animals a better life. In this episode, a drama-packed mission flying 6 tigers from the Netherlands to South Africa. First, a medical emergency.
Hat er keine Reaktion?
Nein.
Followed by hijinks on the tarmac. And then, the challenges of treating lions with medical problems.
Lift the lion up. How?
Frisia is a province in the northwest of the Netherlands. Agriculture and farming are the main industries here. Horses and livestock dot the landscape. It's certainly not where you'd expect to come across tigers, lions and panthers. This fairly ordinary-looking rural property is the Felida Big Cat Centre, housing 20 large predatory cats that have been rescued from locations all over Europe.
This is Cromwell, and he came from Dartmoor Wildlife Centre in the UK. He ended up in the centre here after the Dartmoor Wildlife Centre turned out to have unsafe enclosures.
That was in 2002. The owner of the centre was charged with illegally breeding Siberian tigers and keeping them in poor conditions. Cromwell settled in nicely and mated with another tiger here called Juno.
They had 2 litters, and out of the first litter only Rasputin survived. And he is luckily a very healthy big tiger. And the second litter is 2 males and 1 female. They're called Mirza, Rafik and Sita.
Cromwell and Juno and their 4 cubs have continued to live at the centre, even through a period when the centre was struggling to survive. Originally called Pantera, it was founded in the early 90s as a shelter for big cats born in captivity. Many were retired circus cats that would otherwise have been put down. But a few years ago, Pantera came under financial pressure, and the enclosures began to fall into disrepair.
I met, in Cromwell 10 years ago, and I couldn't get them out of my mind. The way that they were kept, the darkness, the coldness, the smell, everything was just terrible. And I just couldn't get them out of my mind.
In 2013, 4 Paws took over the centre and carried out maintenance and improvements to bring it up to scratch. An important part of daily life for the animals of Felida is what's known as enrichment, activities which help to keep the animals physically and mentally stimulated.
If you look to especially predators in captivity, you can see that their environment is not stimulus for them, so they don't see any new things. And through enrichment, they can get their feeling that they're being in the wild, they have the new smells, they can hunt.
Physical props which provide enrichment can be cardboard boxes, balls, watermelons, or for the more sophisticated tiger, designer-labeled perfume.
This is just a normal perfume, but the smell is pretty intense. And when the animals look around in their enclosure, it's like they walking around in their own territory. And if they smell a different smell in their territory, they want to mark the smell. So that's why they get really interested in different smells in the enclosures. It's called flaming in Dutch. They put up their lips and try to scent in the air, so they have a special organ here, and they can smell better with that organ.
Despite all the enrichment activities and improvements made to the enclosures, the long-term plan is to move most of the big cats to places where they have more space and will be more stimulated. Cromwell, Juno and their 4 offspring are the next to be moved, but it's going to be a massive journey, all the way to 4 Paws' flagship wildlife sanctuary, Lionsrock, in South Africa.
In South Africa, they get the space they need, they get all the facilities they need. They've got the trees they can climb in, they got the nice weather, they got the pools where they can swim, because tigers love to swim. And unfortunately, we can't give it to them here in the Netherlands.
The veterinary team have arrived. Experts in wildlife medicine, they have the important task of tranquilizing the animals in order to move them into their travel crates. Normally, they'd do a pre-anesthetic check on any animal that's going to be sedated. But with tigers being dangerous animals, that's not possible. There's an element of risk with this procedure. Their mobile clinic needs to be ready for any emergencies. The flight to Johannesburg is scheduled for 11 p.m. It's a 2-hour drive to the airport where there'll be inspections and documentation, which could take quite a while to clear. They can't afford any delays.
We do 2 animals at the same time because we have the luxury that we have enough veterinarians here around, so to keep the procedure as short as possible. We are working with dangerous animals, of course, and with dangerous drugs, so safety first. Safety for the animals and safety for all the people.
Frank is responsible for the safety of the team, and he's not entirely comfortable.
To be honest, the cages doesn't look really promising.
No.
The enclosures are not really 100% safe, and we have to cross public areas here, so a lot of people around. It's not the best situation working with dangerous animals, so that's the reason why we take especially more than 100% precautions.
Frank and his team estimate the weight of each animal and carefully calculate the dosages required to sedate them.
They are the biggest ones, so calculated 170, 160, she's 110.
Anesthetizing large carnivores is a risky business, with plenty of opportunity for things to go wrong.
It's quite important to have the right dose for the anesthesia, of course. So now we're going to prepare each individual dart for every animal.
The vets use a gas-propelled gun to dart the tigers. The first to be tranquilized is Rafik. The dart must hit a large muscle for the needle to lodge and correctly release the drugs. Next is brother Mirza. The anesthesia will only last around half an hour, giving the staff a short window of time when it's safe to handle the animals. It takes around 10 minutes for the drugs to take effect. The team follows strict safety procedures, only entering the enclosure once the vets have given the okay.
You're too big?
I'm a big guy, huh? Take it out, this one.
The first priority is to start monitoring the tigers to make sure they're responding okay to the drugs. But the small size of these holding cages is making the job very awkward.
He's lying also just in front of the door. Nice.
Rafik is stable, but Mirza's responses are causing concern.
She's really relaxed, huh?
Yes, he's breathing is not.
It's not as good. So
It's not deep and regular.
we will get the oxygen. Braucht Dopram hier?
Okay. So. Achtung, ich versuche nicht. Sorry, I need to go to the end. Milliliter?
5 Milliliter.
Adrenalin?
Ja.
Hat er keine Reaktion?
Nein.
Mirza has gone into cardiac arrest and needs a drug to get his heart beating again. Next, what are they trying to do to this lion?
Kom.
And Mirza's life is hanging in the balance.
Komm, wir müssen ihm ein Antidot geben.
Our Four Paws team is moving 6 adult tigers from the Netherlands to South Africa. But Mirza, one of the first tigers to be sedated, has gone into cardiac arrest. The situation is critical.
Ist so?
Ja.
Wie viel? Wie viel?
Between 20 and 80, it's going up and down.
Okay. It's back. So we load him first. Quick.
Ich höre nichts gerade.
Hang on. Komm, wir müssen ihm ein Antidot geben. Lass uns ihn raustragen. Okay. Antidot fertig machen, ja? Okay, you ready?
Mirza is still very unstable. The team desperately need to get him into the travel crate so they can administer the recovery serum.
Someone hold the head, sir. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Atmet 16 pro Minute, atmet gut. Puh.
The recovery serum will now bring Mirza out of his sedation. Mirza's brother Rafik appears to be stable, but that incident shows why Frank and his team have to be prepared for any emergency.
The heartbeat was very, very low and he was not breathing. So that's the reason why we supplied oxygen and some emergency drugs.
Resuscitating Mirza costs the team valuable time, and they need to push on if they want to have any hope of reaching the airport in time. The tigers in the crates are carefully monitored until it's safe to wake them.
Think about still. They're checking the heartbeat and seeing if they can wake him up, and then he gets the antidote against the anesthetics. And then we close the door a bit, and as soon as all the wires are out, we close it. And then we wait for him to wake up.
Once each animal is awake, its crate can be loaded onto the transporter. Rafik is being loaded in front of Mirza, who is now fully awake and angry, causing her brother to stress as well.
Well, he's trying to get out, I think. I don't know.
With a journey of over 24 hours ahead, Mirza's stress levels are dangerously high.
Baby.
Also of concern, the mother tiger, Juno, isn't responding well. The team need to get her reacting before the transport can get underway.
Yeah, it's good. She's lifting her head. You're not allowed to transport immobilized animals, so we just needed to be sure that she's really not immobilized anymore. She has a hangover. If you tease her, she lifts the head and she's like, what are you doing? But if you let it go, she just goes down and sleeps. So it's fine, she's sleepy, but she's awake.
All of the animals are finally loaded. Now they can start the 2-hour road trip to Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. Some of the staff at Felida have been caring for these tigers for many years, so this is a bittersweet moment.
Yeah, it's very mixed emotions. Happy for them, we're gonna miss them terribly. But we know where they're going to, and we're absolutely sure they're gonna be delighted.
This is the tiger's future home, Lionsrock, in the Free State, South Africa. Spread over 1,200 hectares, it's home to a variety of big cat, roaming game, and other African wildlife. It started with one group of rescued lions.
A former safari park in Austria got bankrupt. There are 14 lions without having any hope for the future. And FOUR PAWS stepped in.
After having no luck in finding an existing sanctuary to house the lions, FOUR PAWS came across a farm in South Africa and decided to establish their own sanctuary. That was in 2007. Today, Lionsrock is home to more than 120 big cats.
With the animals here, they should be in the wild. They shouldn't be in a sanctuary. What we're doing here is just to clean up the last things where the humans did wrong steps to deal with these animals.
Being rescued animals, many of the cats at Lionsrock need regular medical care.
Hello, my boy. Hey, how's it?
Head of Animal Welfare, Hildegard Perker, has called in local specialist vet Dr. Peter Caldwell to look at 9-year-old Genghis. He appears to be limping on his back legs.
Calcaneus Achilles tendon, eh? Laxicity of the Achilles tendons.
Dr. Caldwell's first guess is that damage to the heel bones has caused injury to the Achilles tendons.
I suspect both calcaneuses were broken at some stage.
Broken?
And then the Achilles tendon pulled its skew. You see the knee? Then the joint below the knee there. It goes right down. The angulation is down. I think it's causing inflammation and pain.
Genghis has been lured into the night room attached to the enclosure. That way it's much easier to dart him. Once he's sedated, he's taken over to the Lionsrock clinic, where Dr. Caldwell and his team will perform X-rays. Eye drops are given to prevent his eyes drying out.
I just want to take some X-ray of his hips and his hind legs because the problem seems to be in the hind legs. There's crepitus there.
At 9 years old, Genghis is middle-aged for a lion. In the wild, males seldom live longer than 10 to 14 years. However, in captivity, they can live more than 20 years.
All right, what was that? Left. Left. Okay. Prep for the next one. The line needs to be turned.
To get the next X-ray, the team must put Genghis into a seated position with his hind legs stretched out in front. Not a very flattering look for the king of beasts.
All right. Wonderful, Angie. Now you guys must hold it, eh? Hold it straight, otherwise you do the machine then if you can't hold it straight.
Trying to handle over 200 kilograms of deadweight lion is often a struggle.
Hold the line on top there, guys. Hold the line. You're letting it collapse. Come, guys. Come here.
That's 7 people trying to maneuver Genghis into position, and they're not having a lot of success.
Oh. Come. Pull the line back. Yeah, he's struggling. Oh.
The X-rays don't reveal any major problems with the bones in his legs.
This is the calcaneus I was talking about. That's totally normal. Achilles tendon is totally normal. So the bones are fine, eh?
So it's the spine?
Yeah, it's the spine. I think these ligaments are nothing to worry about. I think it's the spine. Okay, take a drip off and let's go. Nothing we can't fix though.
The solution is to put him on a drug program for up to a year. Hildegard can administer his medicine by way of dart gun herself without having to call the vet out. But first, she's going to need a bit of practice. Next, Hildegard discovers firing a hypodermic dart isn't as easy as it looks.
Put your dart in and put your doppies in.
You have to show me.
Okay.
And there's a serious situation for one of the tigers left behind at the Felida Big Cat Center.
Oh, now it moves a little bit. Maybe we... Oh.
Okay.
The 6 tigers may be on the road to South Africa, but the vet's work hasn't finished at the Felida Big Cat Center in the Netherlands. They're giving medical checkups to some of the older residents at the center, like Sandra, who's been suffering from health problems.
Well, Sandra has a bump on her back, and we were not sure how it happened, but we think that she probably slipped and got a hernia. And she also had a lot of trouble with her bladder.
Sandra's keepers have been treating her with antibiotics, but as soon as the medication stops, her symptoms return, and they're getting worse. At 15 years old, Sandra is nearing the end of her lifespan. Animals that are sick or old often cannot be rehoused due to the dangers involved in anesthesia and transport. Sadly, that means Sandra is unlikely to ever leave the center. However, the team here are still intent on giving her a good quality of life for the remainder of her years.
We took a blood sample and now we have her on the infusion line, and now we're going to start with the ultrasound examination. Yeah, and see what we find.
The ultrasound quickly reveals a serious problem with Sandra's bladder.
It looks like you cannot check it, so it looks like it's more like a mass, yeah.
Yeah.
The bladder looks pretty filled with something, so before, of course we cannot see the quality of the content, but we can just say that it's filled not only with urine, but filled with either pus or mucoid, but since pus could see some bacterial infection, the chances that it's pus is quite high. Oh, now it moves a little bit. You see that? Maybe we... Oh!
Okay. No, it's...
We're gonna wait what Frank says about the ultrasound, and then we probably put a catheter in and flush it.
Analysis of Sandra's blood provides further evidence of serious issues with her vital organs.
She has acetomia, which means that special metabolites that have to be excreted over the bladder, the kidneys and the bladder, that they didn't get filtered out of the blood, so they are now higher.
Further examination reveals damage to the kidneys as well. It's not looking good.
You really see a very irregular surface, and also compared to the aorta, the kidneys are already shrunk.
The kidneys are so destroyed that it's not reversible anymore. With the ultrasound, you see very first signs very early, before you see changes in the blood. But in her, the changes in the blood are already indicating
So it will only go
irreversible.
through. And it means she is in pain or what?
Yeah, she's in big pain. We diagnosed a very, very severe kidney problem. So it started already that the entire body get intoxicated, and it is very obvious that this is not reversible, and it's a lot of pain. It's very painful, and we made a clear decision: the best for the animal is to euthanize. So we made the decision for her.
It's devastating for the team. They've just given new life to 6 tigers, and now they had to lose one.
Okay, so look through this. Keep both your eyes open. Go point through the window there.
Back at Lionsrock, Hildegard is learning how to use a dart rifle so she can administer monthly medication to Genghis.
Put your dart in and put your doppies in.
You have to show me.
Okay. Come stand aside.
The gun needs to be loaded with a cartridge which provides the propulsion for the dart. There are 3 different strengths of cartridge, depending on how far you want to shoot.
Brown is the weakest, green is the middle one, and yellow is the strongest. Choose one that you would think you would want to use.
In which case, for now? Or
Yeah, say your line's escaped, yeah, and it's running there, just behind the trees, behind that Fortuner.
From where?
From here, the stairs. You can't get
From
closer.
here?
Yeah, from here, you got to shoot that line.
You said this is the strongest, the yellow
Yes.
one, so I would use this.
Okay, put it in.
Shooting guns isn't what Hildegard signed up for when she decided to go into animal conservation.
I'm a pacifist. I'm a pacifist.
Now let's go and dart the lion.
That's where I aimed.
Perfect. Wow, that was a good shot. Was that a yellow one?
That was yellow, yes.
Okay, let's put a green one in. Out and in. Now shoot a green charge and let's see what this gun does on green charge. Every gun is different.
Hildegard shot with the highest strength cartridge first. Green is the middle strength.
I feel that first dart hit way too hard. You probably broke a bone or something.
No, it was hot.
Yeah, but it was very accurate. So one has to decide. Okay, now give a brown charge. Okay, close.
It doesn't even go there.
There's nowhere. Go and have a look at those darts and see how deep they went.
Wow.
It hits hard, eh?
Sorry.
You see, that went all the way in there. That would have broken a lion's one.
And that is a
That
wood.
one-
That's not a lion's bump.
That one hit a little less hard. Yellow, I'm scared of. I never use yellow. You see, that one comes out quickly, eh?
Next, the tigers arrive in South Africa, but not everyone's happy.
Guys, Rafik is really stressed. Can we just not disturb him more?
And a lion that has the specialist amazed.
I've never actually seen a lion that looks like this before.
Wildlife veterinarian Dr. Peter Caldwell is visiting Lionsrock in South Africa's Free State.
Hello, Gypsy, and she's drinking water, which we don't really want her to do,
Yeah,
but it's okay. It's okay. We'll deal with it.
Hildegard has called him in to inspect several lions with special health problems, like Gypsy, a 14-year-old lion with dwarfism.
Yeah, I've never actually seen a lion that looks like this before. When I saw her, I was astounded.
She was born in Romania in 2001, together with a male. I'm not sure exactly how she became so handicapped, but must have happened while she was growing up, that they didn't nourish her properly and not enough sun, maybe inbreeding, a lot of factors can have been, but her brother was looking the same.
Gypsy and her brother spent over 10 years in a small concrete enclosure in Romania. Eventually, they were rescued by Pantera, the name the Felida Big Cat Center went by before Four Paws took it over.
Unfortunately, her brother died in that period before Four Paws took over. And yeah, she's now here since July 2014. And in general, the climate here is much better for her joints because she has obviously arthritis.
During her past year and a half at Lionsrock, Gypsy has been in good health. However, in the past month, Hildegard has noticed that she often appears to be in pain.
When the animal keepers were coming to feed her every evening in here, she would run, really like run, hop, 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 funny way, but she runs. And this, a month ago, you could see she was like walking slow, and that is the time when I thought something got worse.
Gypsy is obviously one of those cases that is not repairable, but there is a possibility of making her life a lot more comfortable. We're unsure of exactly what caused it. Is it the genetic component causing dwarfism, or is it medication that was used that caused premature closure of growth plates? But it's a syndrome of things. We call it a syndrome which is multifactorial.
Dr. Caldwell needs to sedate Gypsy before he can inspect her more closely.
Sorry, Gypsy.
The tigers have landed safely in South Africa and are quickly moved to the loading area for the final leg of the journey to Lionsrock. Barbara and keeper Juno traveled with the animals in the cargo plane.
During the flight, we checked them once, and they responded very well. They seemed calm and relaxed. I think now they're a bit stressed because of all the new people and the new smells and new sounds. So as soon as they're completely loaded, we can take off to Lionsrock.
A big team from Lionsrock are here to load up the tigers. Rafik, one of the young males, is not happy.
Guys, Rafik is really stressed. Can we just not disturb him more? Can we please all stay away from him? He's not very happy and you're stressing him out further.
Barbara briefs veterinarian Katja Kuppel on the status of the tigers.
Well, we were a bit concerned, of course, because Mirza reacted not so well to the sedation, and of course, you know, then right before we wanted to transport her, she seemed to be not very stable.
Okay.
So we were very concerned, and I see them now being a bit aggressive maybe or agitated, but I think it's just stress from the situation.
From being unloaded, the loud noise, lots of people.
The team are anxious to get going, but that can't happen until the paperwork and formalities are completed.
What happens when they're landed, when any live shipment is coming? Then we've got obviously the cargo agent, which is ensure that all the paperwork is here. Then we've got the state veterinarian, who will check all the paperwork, will ensure that these animals have the correct permits, all the veterinary permits are in order.
It's been over 24 hours since the tigers were sedated, and Rafik is getting increasingly agitated.
Rafik ate all his flooring, his wooden flooring. He shredded it in the middle, and he's just taking all his anger out on the wooden floor. It's supposed to take us, what, 4 hours about? We're going to have to stop to check on the animals. We have to get fuel for the vehicle. The animals are really stressed. We really want to get them on the road.
Finally, the convoy sets off. The 4-hour road trip will take them just under 300 kilometers south through the African countryside to the Free State. Along the way, the team stop to refuel and check on the tigers. Rafik appears to have calmed down, but now Mirza has Katja concerned.
I've got a report from the vet that he didn't do well on the anesthetic, so he's very, very flat. In the moment, I'm very worried. He's the only one not wanting to interact and look out, see the environment. He just wants to be left alone and sleep. And that's not a good sign. That just means something is not right.
Back at Lionsrock, Gypsy, the lion with dwarfism, is going on a much shorter journey. She's off to the clinic for a medical and dental checkup.
We're working quite conservatively with Gypsy with respect to sedatives. We used a conservative dose. She went down really well, breathing really well. They noticed 2 of the canines that were fractured, the bottom canines, and they're doing root canals and repairing them.
Fractured teeth aren't uncommon in lions. It happens as they get older and their teeth wear down. Many of the rescued lions had a poor diet when they were young, so their teeth are brittle. 2 root canals will take a while, so Dr. Caldwell hooks Gypsy up to a respirator to make sure she gets enough oxygen.
So,
the dentist drills holes at the base and tip of the canine teeth to clean out the inside of the tooth.
The pulp is exposed and therefore infection is going to go in, potentially can go all the way into the jawbone, and that can cause abscessation and pain.
However, Gypsy's age is not making it easy for the dentists to perform the root canal.
As a tooth ages, pulp gets narrower, and that brings its own complications because it's very difficult to file it. And in her case, we're not a very wide pulp, it just takes a lot of work.
While the dentists work, blood samples are taken. These will reveal whether her dwarfism is affecting her organs. They finished removing the pulp and are now filling Gypsy's teeth with dental acrylic. It's taken almost 3 hours to get to this point.
We're done, Peter. I'm just waiting for this to set. It's going to be a minute or so. All right, let's go.
Dr. Caldwell wants Gypsy to have an X-ray. It'll be the first time she has been X-rayed. Hopefully, this will show whether Gypsy's dwarfism is impacting on other organs in her body. It could reveal if there are any other medical problems that are contributing to her pain. The tigers have finally arrived at Lionsrock. This could be a traumatic introduction to Africa. All they've ever known are cages and enclosures in a European climate and landscape. Plus, several of the tigers have had a stressful journey. Tomorrow they will be released, and only then will the team get a clear idea of whether the rescue mission has been a success. At Lionsrock, Gypsy the lion has had a lengthy operation on her teeth, and the medical team are taking advantage of her still being sedated to give her X-rays to see how her dwarfism is affecting her.
We took a whole series of X-rays of her whole skeleton just to get an idea of what we're dealing with. Yeah, those joints are all abnormal. It's very abnormal. The lower joints of the 4 legs were not great. There was a massive amount of osteoarthritis and degenerative joint disease causing not being able to walk properly, would occasionally cause pain. Also, it would deter her from obviously being very active. Together with her being inactive, you'd get a whole lot of other things, reduced intestinal function, and her metabolism would slow down quite a bit as well.
While the prognosis isn't great, it's no surprise to Dr. Caldwell, and it's certainly helped in working out the best course of action.
We're able to palliatively treat the condition and symptomatically keep the inflammation at bay and give her a good quality of life, which I think we have achieved, and I think it's a positive outcome in that irrespective of what she looks like and how she walks, we're still able to give her a good quality of life.
The tigers will be released first thing tomorrow, but before that can happen, Johanna, Barbara and Juno from the FOUR PAWS team want to check out the enclosures.
Trees, and there's a pool down there, and it's another house there.
The tigers will first be released into smaller adaptation enclosures, while the permanent enclosures are being completed. This will help them to acclimatize, because moving animals from very small spaces directly to large areas can cause them stress.
Look at this.
It's so deep. It's so big.
And it's not even filled. I mean...
The enclosures have been specifically designed to give the tigers a stimulating environment. Half a hectare of space with plenty of enrichment features.
The idea of this, it's just they need sometimes, of course, shelter from rain, from hot weather, and also for their privacy.
To help the tigers transition to their new home, keeper Yuno Fanson will be a familiar face that remains with them until they move into their permanent enclosures.
It is better than I expected, actually. If I looked at enclosures on the pictures, but now seeing it for myself, yeah, it's really amazing. I think they will do great here.
The following morning, and the moment has finally arrived when the tigers can be released. But the Four Paws team aren't taking any risks.
I'm gonna make up a dart in case we have a problem that one of the animals goes through a fence or something. And because we won't have the time to make it when it happens, I'm gonna have it ready and loaded in case there's an emergency.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the very exciting day of the release of the 4 tigers that are still waiting patiently in the boxes. Safety is number one, and we have here on site 2 people with rifles. They are ready to protect us if it's necessary, but please don't make it possible.
Rafik and Mirza are already in the enclosures, having been released the previous evening.
So basically yesterday we released the 2 males you can see on the left-hand side because of medical conditions. Rafik was very, very, very stressed. So we decided he needed to go out and he needs to have some time to adjust to the enclosure. Because of the light fading, only those could be released yesterday because it wouldn't have been safe to release them in darkness because they can't see the fences and there's a possibility to run into them and they need to acclimatize. They both have done really, really well. You can see they're lying down. They're still a little bit on the stressed side, but that's normal. They're not used to people, they're not used to cars.
Looking at Rafik's crate, it quickly becomes apparent why he had to be released early.
You can see he just ate the floor completely almost. He hadn't ever experienced something like this. And was also one of the big problems was there were so many people out there. And I think the combination of all those factors just made it so stressful for him that he just, went crazy,
It's a graphic reminder of how powerful tigers are, and also of the unpredictability of wild animals. The crates are placed hard up against the enclosure door to avoid the risk of one of the tigers escaping.
Okay.
First to be released is Juno, the mother.
Oh. Oh.
Not surprisingly, it takes quite a while before she's comfortable about venturing outside the crate.
Come on, girl. You can do it. Yeah. Watch the tail. Yep. So many new sounds and smells.
Next, the father, Cromwell. He's a little bit more eager to leave his crate.
Ja hoor, de relaxedheid zelf. It's the first time in 10 years that he's walking on grass. Must be so confusing for him. Hey, hi. Hey, welcome home.
The cubs were born at Felida and have never seen grass or experienced enclosures like this. For them, it's a strange new world and very unsettling.
Hey. Hey. Come say hello. Hey. Hey, Ras. They're preparing Sita. Hey, Zika.
Everything seems fine. Now it's just a matter of waiting to see how well the tigers settle into their new surroundings. 2 days later, Dr. Peter Caldwell receives the blood test results for Gypsy.
I was extremely happy to see that there were no abnormalities. Her kidney function is perfect, her liver function is perfect. And in general, on the inside, she's a healthy cat, a healthy lion. So the only issues that we're going to have to deal with is to keep her pain-free. She's just got an amazing personality and a will to want to live. And just that alone is enough for me to want to keep her going. And I think she deserves the opportunity to have a good quality life. For everything she's gone through, I think she deserves it.
A good quality of life is also what the tiger family is now enjoying. It's been several months since they arrived at Lionsrock. They're finally in their permanent enclosures. And they're thriving.
It was after, I think, 5-6 weeks when we had everything done also, and when they were adapted well and settled in well, that we could release them to the big enclosure. It was actually very funny because they first went out, like testing the ground and checking it out, and at the moment we're still hesitating, but after I think 10 minutes, they started running and running up and down and chasing each other, and you could really see that they were surprised that they could run so far, It was really the first time that they could really run.
The space to roam, engaging environment, and an active lifestyle is providing clear benefits. The tigers are healthy, inquisitive, and playful.
This kind of thing is really nice if you can see it firsthand, and you can see how they are enjoying it and how they check out everything. And of course, then you know that all this was done, it was worth everything, and you know that they will have a really good life from there on.
So often, wild animals are the casualties of our human existence. Killed for profit. Their habitats under threat, made to live in cramped spaces, poorly fed. They're destined to live out their lives in misery unless someone takes action. Wild Animal Rescue follows the people from the international animal welfare charity 4 Paws as they go on daring and sometimes dangerous rescue missions to give animals a better life. In this episode, 4 Paws goes on a dangerous mission into the Gaza Strip to rescue 2 lion cubs.
We will be in Rafah. On the Egypt side, it's really a big war. Jihadists killed today, I heard, about 60 soldiers.
Tricky negotiations with the cubs' owners.
أكيد صعب كتير. لحظة مؤلمة جدا.
And politics and suspicions create chaos for the team.
Part of the team allowed to go in, they have the permit to go in, the other cannot go in. Start to be insecure in the border, and I cannot divide the team.
Rafah, on the southern border of the Gaza Strip. In March 2015, images of 2 lion cubs living with a family in a Palestinian refugee camp go viral. The family bought the cubs from a local zoo that was badly damaged and desperate for money after airstrikes the previous year. 4 Paws sends veterinarian Dr. Amir Khalil and his team to investigate. There they find the 2-month-old cubs in a cramped 3-bedroomed apartment with a family of 6 children. At first glance, the situation appears harmless, but the living conditions will quickly become dangerous to both people and the lions. 4 Paws are eager to find a way of rescuing them from their inappropriate private keeping. 3 months later, and the cubs have grown significantly. Now local celebrities, they're frequently paraded around the camp and surrounding areas. But as they're getting larger, it's clear their playful biting and games may soon become a problem. Concerned about the potential danger they pose to children in the camp, children's charity UNICEF has requested help from 4 Paws. It It's not just the risk factor that makes the current arrangement untenable. At 5 months old, the cubs eat around 40 euros worth of meat per day and are pushing owner Saad Al-Jamal to his financial limits. Being located inside the Gaza Strip means there's no easy solution. After months of planning and negotiations, FOUR PAWS has deployed a team to neighboring Jordan and are about to embark on a rescue mission. Dr. Khalil briefs the team on the eve of their departure.
He bought 2 lions with the idea to make a lot of money with these lions. He said, okay, these 2 lions, I will take them. For example, if there is a football match, they will take the same T-shirt like the players. They are also not in good condition because the nutrition, he don't have the proper food for the animal, the vaccination, there is a lot of also stray animals there like cats and dogs, so it could be a source of infection for the lions or for the kids.
It came out very clearly that they will need our help and they will be soon a danger for their surrounding and lots of children living in this refugee camp. And we were working the last months, like 3 months or 4 months, just to be able to do that mission.
The plan. The team will take the lions out of Gaza, across the border into Israel, travel 130 kilometers to the Israeli-Jordan border, then another 70 kilometers to a wildlife sanctuary in Jordan. It's an ambitious, daring plan, considering the constant tension between Israel and Palestine's government forces.
They consider us, we come from the enemy line, and the Israel consider us, we come back with the enemy line.
For it to work, somehow the FOUR PAWS team has to get the approval of authorities in Israel, Palestine and Jordan.
Started to coordinate with some embassies, like Israel Embassy in Vienna, Austrian Embassy in Tel Aviv, with the Jordanian colleague. We get approval from all of them that we are able to do this mission.
Additionally, there are documents required for transporting wild animals across international borders.
Even the owner don't have any documentation about his lions. I mean, to export any lions, you need CITES permits, which in Gaza, there is no CITES authorities.
Coordinating between Israel and Palestine hasn't been the only challenge. Owner Saad Al-Jamal has reportedly been offered $9,000 for the cubs from an unknown buyer. It's against FOUR PAWS' policy to buy animals, and to do so would raise suspicions in Israel about the team's true intentions. They will have to rely on the goodwill of the owner.
They consider if any money go inside and we support whatever, they consider it you support terrorist organization. What we agreed with the man in the last deal and the last meeting, we can cover what he really borrowed. The man borrow money to feed the lion. So if somebody pay his credit, he will be willing to give the lions.
At this stage, the owner will honor the agreement to donate the lions to FOUR PAWS. However, there's no guarantee he won't change his mind. Even more of a worry for Dr. Khalil is ensuring the safety of his team throughout the mission.
You know, we will be in Rafah. Rafah is like 2 cities. One is from Israel side, one from Egypt side. On the Egypt side, it's really a big war. And this 48 kilometers is like the hell. Jihadists killed today, I heard about 60 soldiers on this side. Today, don't go on your own to make anything alone. Don't do this.
Despite all the risks they face, Dr. Khalil knows he and his team have one thing in their favor.
Animal can build bridges between countries. Last time, with the 3 lions which we took from Gaza, 3 countries were able to agree on one thing together. So I can imagine these 2 lions, maybe it could be a message how to build bridges and to break these borders. Animals can connect people.
The planning is in place. Now it's time to act. The rescue contingent is made up of the FOUR PAWS Rapid Response Team and media from several nations.
So good luck for all of us. Long day.
Today, Dr. Khalil hopes the team will be able to travel 60 kilometers across Jordan to the Israeli border and then pass through Israel, entering the Gaza Strip on its northern border at the Erez crossing. They're close to the Israeli border, but before they can cross, they must change vehicles and hand over their passports. If any of their paperwork isn't right, the mission could fail right here. If all goes according to plan, this is where the cubs will end up. Al-Mawa, or the New Hope Center in Amman, Jordan.
This is actually for the 2 new cubs. We only need to electrify the fence, and then it's ready to go and waiting for the cubs.
Established in 2010, this wildlife facility is backed by Jordanian royalty. A collaboration between the Princess Alia Foundation and 4 Paws. It's an ex-livestock farm that's been converted into a halfway house for rescued animals. Its main role is as a rescue center where medical treatment can be administered and the first stages of rehabilitation can begin. The New Hope Center is home to big cats, bears, wolves, primates and many other animals. And there are plans afoot for big improvements.
Al-Mawa, the sanctuary, it has 2 functional units. The New Hope Center, which basically is the clinic and the first 2 phases of the rehabilitation. And then the second functional unit is Jarash, which is the main sanctuary, the permanent natural enclosures.
Obviously the situation isn't ideal. I mean, even here the cages are much too small, but from there the idea came to have a proper sanctuary, which we're working on, and hopefully that will be ready in a couple of months and the animals will be in much bigger spaces.
The new sanctuary in Jarash, Al-Mawa Suf, will be a state-of-the-art facility covering over 140 hectares.
It's in a very beautiful area, and in fact it's an area that's quite endangered because it's one of the last Mediterranean natural forests in the region. And Jordan obviously doesn't have that many trees, so we try and protect them. We see the animals as they're supposed to be, relaxed, and people like to see them. So hopefully it'll be a good awareness for people in the region as to how these animals really ought to be kept.
Wir verlassen gerade Jordanien Richtung Israel, israelische Grenze. Da kommt gleich jetzt King Hussein Bridge oder die Brücke von King Hussein und dann geht zum LNB, israelische Grenze.
The 4 Paws team have made it out of Jordan and are crossing into Israel. Their route to the Gaza Strip takes them through the heart of Jerusalem.
Wir sind gerade an ihres Crossing oder Grenzübergang gekommen und hier fängt wir den richtigen Abenteuer und Herausforderung jetzt. Jetzt geht's richtig los.
Next, there's trouble at the Gaza border.
I cannot divide the team. At the moment we have to go in one and to leave one.
Animal rescue charity 4 Paws is sending a team to the Gaza Strip to rescue 2 lion cubs from a refugee camp. The team has traveled through Jordan and Israel and is approaching the Israeli-Gaza border. The Erez crossing is made up of 3 checkpoints. First, the Israeli border control, then the Palestine Liberation Organization, and finally, the Palestine-controlled immigration point. The crossing has been the scene of much violence. A suicide bomber killed 4 people here in 2004. Israeli border and military personnel now sit in offices high above ground level, watching through windows and closed-circuit television. The team has a long transit through a caged passage that crosses the buffer zone to reach the Palestinian border. It's a setting that puts all of the 4 Paws team on edge.
It was long issue to get the permit to enter to Gaza, so it was really very long day. I will say in war of nerves. It could be a lot of political influence on this issue. So I hope to keep quiet till we have the Lions in our ownership, we have clear contract, clear communication, and I hope, yeah, we'll be able to manage.
Amir, welcome to Gaza.
Dr. Khalil is doing his best to play down the significance of their mission. They still have 1 checkpoint to go, and he doesn't want to attract the attention of an overzealous security official. The final transit through no man's land is taken by taxi. but the team's progress comes to a sudden halt at Gaza immigration.
The border is closed now on Israel side, so the colleagues cannot go back. Part of the team allowed to go in, they have the permit to go in, the other cannot go in. And they said it is a security matter, so it is tough situation at the moment, tough situation. Start to be insecure in the border, everyone say it's not secure in the evening, it's empty area. Military take over here, and I cannot divide the team. At the moment we have to go in one and to leave one.
The team has little choice but to wait in no man's land and hope the Gaza authorities will eventually issue permits for them to enter.
I am here, Vice Director. I come here to help you. We don't want to delay you, but it's not our order. Our order comes from inside, Gaza office. If there is order to allow you to enter, it's okay for us. We like this order. We wait as you. But up to now, there is no any order, okay?
Dr. Khalil's plan to retrieve the lion cubs tonight is looking very unlikely. And to make matters worse, Saad, the cub's owner, is starting to have doubts.
He think like we lie him or the guys lie him because he said to him since 2 days we are on the way, we are coming, but no one is there, he's waiting.
The Four Paws team has spent months convincing Saad to donate the lions, and in the time lost here at the border, there's the very real risk he could change his mind. He's had an offer of $9,000 for the cubs, very tempting for a father of 6 living in a refugee camp. It's going to be a long night. Most of the crew decide to bed down for the evening.
We just got our room for tonight, luxury apartment, 5 beds, and we hope we get a few hours of sleep now. I think Amir, as the mission leader, will not sleep as something could happen.
Even though nothing is likely to happen tonight, Dr. Khalil's experience on major rescue missions in Palestine has taught him to be ready for all eventualities. In 2014, Al Bisan Zoo in northern Gaza sustained horrific damage from airstrikes during the conflict lasting 51 days. By the time the ceasefire was declared, more than 80 animals had perished. Of the 20 animals still alive, some were wounded and all were traumatized and starving. The situation was desperate, and Dr. Khalil led the Four Paws rescue team.
We saw here 2 lions, 1 male and 1 female. They survived the war here. 1 lion was with them, passed away from the missiles which attacked these enclosures here. As we see, the animal keepers cannot clean this place at all since over 55 days now. The female is apparently pregnant, which means if they have her kids or babies, they will pass away. No water, no food. Really very, very bad situation for the animals.
The team delivered urgently needed medicine and food to the animals. They also restored the water supply and carried out repairs to enclosures. The lions were relocated to the New Hope Center in Jordan, where they're now recovering. It's early morning, and there's been no change in the local authorities' position on letting all of the team into Gaza. So, with time running out, Dr. Khalil is forced to make a decision.
Amir just woke me up that we don't have any other chance just to go now only the Four Paws team, pick up the lions, negotiate with the owner, because it will get too late and we will have no chance to get the lions if we wait any longer.
Only 3 members of the rapid response team have permission to enter Gaza. Despite Dr. Khalil's concerns about his team being at risk if they split up, he has no choice because the Israeli border will close for the weekend shortly after midday.
It's a little before 7 in the morning. I have less than 5 hours to go to pick up the lion and to come here, and they will let us go.
So I hope this is the truth.
With their passports held at the border, Dr. Khalil's hoping the team can get in and out as quickly as possible. The operation is now attracting a lot of attention, and the longer it goes on, the greater the risk one of the local authorities will intervene. The unit travels south to Rafah, where the cubs are being kept. Their route takes them through the heart of the Gaza Strip. It's only an hour's journey, but the scars of decades of war are a constant reminder that this area is still extremely volatile. Conflict can break out at any time. Next, the rescue team may not be able to get out of Palestine.
We have a problem. The border is closed, which is really mad. You cannot go here, you cannot go here.
After months of preparation, the team finally reaches the Al-Shabura refugee camp and sets eyes on the lion cubs.
Im Ganzen gesundheitlich schaut sie gut aus, aber sie hat gerade Hautkrankheit. Ich sehe, dass sie auch, sagen wir, von ihrem Kind natürlich steht ein bisschen dick, kannst du sagen. Dann, sobald wir näher kommen können, können wir natürlich sehen, wie ist der Zustand. Aber man sieht deutlich hier Hautkrankheit.
The female cub, Mona, has a large swelling on the back of her head. Max, the male, looks reasonably healthy. Despite Saad al-Jamal being relatively poor, the cubs have been well cared for. But the cost of fresh meat is one of the reasons he's decided they can't continue to keep them. For the border crossing to go smoothly, Saad must sign transfer of ownership papers and other documentation. Letting the cubs go is especially hard for 18-year-old Ibrahim. Along with his father, he's been the main caregiver. Like so many young people in Gaza, he has no work prospects, so the cubs have been a distraction from the futility of daily life, giving him something worthwhile to do. They've probably also given him some status in the local community. Saad and Ibrahim accompany the team back to the border to make their final farewells. The cubs are used to being handled by humans, but they're getting to a size where they could easily inflict a nasty bite.
طبعا من البداية الأسود حيوانات يعني أنا كنت بعتبرها الناس تعتبرها مفترسة وشرسة، أنا بعتبرها لطيفة. إذا كانت في مصر كنت أتعامل معها أو كان هنا داخل قطاع غزة، وأنا صممت في المواليد إن أنا أحتفظ فيها وأربيها داخل البيت وأعيشها وتصل إنها تكون أليفة داخل البيت. وأثبت للعالم إنه الأسد ممكن يعيش داخل البيت ويصل لسن عمره قرب على السنة وأليفين جدا داخل البيت. أكيد صعب كتير، لحظة مؤلمة جدا.
The story has broken in the local press. Journalists and curious bystanders have come to see Max and Mona. For a time, security becomes incredibly relaxed, and there's almost a carnival atmosphere as soldiers and locals come to get a glimpse of the cubs. As a parting gift, Dr. Khalil presents Ibrahim with a book about Lionsrock, a wildlife sanctuary similar to where Max and Mona will eventually be rehoused. Finally, it's time for the cubs to go.
أيوة والله أنا بالنسبة لي شعوري حزين جدا جدا. أنا متأكد إنه هيروحوا وهيسعدوا في حياتهم يعني هيروحوا مكان مخلوقين له يعني.
Dr. Khalil is visibly affected. He's come to know the family well and has seen how much the cubs mean to Saad and Ibrahim. The extended goodbye and the attention from media has cost precious time. Now the team are under pressure to get back to the Israeli border before midday. Being a Friday, the border closes early. The heat and commotion are also causing major stress for the cubs. The sooner they can be moved into a quiet, cool setting, the better. But just as the team are about to leave the final Palestinian checkpoint, they hit another roadblock.
We are facing again second problem about the coordination with the Israeli to bring the lions in. They don't know exactly what's needed. So they suggest now that I have to go inside to coordinate with the vets there to explain and to understand and to go ahead.
Dr. Khalil has veterinary passports and a certificate showing the lions were a donation. However, the Israeli authorities are asking for further documentation. Dr. Khalil's calling officials who helped with the previous rescue mission in Gaza.
You assist us and you join me and my team during the last lion transfer from Gaza to Amman.
In order to enter Israel, the lions need health and veterinary certificates from the Palestinian Ministry of Agriculture or a waiver from the Israeli authorities.
I don't want to make pressure on you, sir. I really... Yes, I am with the lion. I am with the lion with the cages. They are young sizes. I take them with my hand. I need your help now.
Dr. Khalil is trying to state a case for getting the cubs to a place where they can receive medical attention, particularly the swelling on Mona's head, which needs proper medical assessment.
I hope that the Israel side and the Agriculture Ministry department here, which are in contact with us, to assist us to issue a quick permit for urgent need and urgent medical care need for these two lions.
While Dr. Khalil continues to appeal to the authorities, the hours quickly pass by, and Israeli officers are closing down for the weekend.
Thank you, sir. We have a problem. I said it's closed 1:30. I said, but the team are here since 15 before 12. We give the passport 15 before 12. The official communication came, the border is closed, you have to wait here till they open the border, which will be on Sunday, which is really mad. We see still people coming out who don't understand, this is the rules. But at the end of the day, the military decide here and they say the border is closed. And it's Shabbat, so that's it where we are now. Yeah, that's it.
Shabbat is the 7th day of the Jewish week and their day of rest. Starting on Friday evening and finishing Saturday night, the Israeli border will be closed until Sunday. For the FOUR PAWS team, it means 36 hours waiting in limbo at the Gaza border, and that could be disastrous for the cubs. But just when it looks like the rescue mission is doomed to failure, Dr. Khalil receives another phone call.
This was the Minister for Foreign Affairs here in Gaza. Yeah. And he just called to confirm they will let us pass. We have just to leave our passport at the border. And Sunday morning when we leave, we take the passport back.
The entire team will now go back to Gaza. Although it's the opposite direction to where they want to go, it's a better option than 2 nights in no man's land. The team are being sent to a hotel in Gaza City, where they must stay under house arrest until they have permission to enter Israel. For Dr. Khalil, any hopes of keeping a low profile on the operation have now been dashed. Checking in 2 lions raises more than a few eyebrows at the upmarket Gaza hotel. Fortunately, the hotel manager is willing to accept the unusual guests. Their room, a small garden area behind his office.
Sie werden hier zumachen mit einem Zaun jetzt, den Direktor, ja. Und die können jetzt frei lassen in der nächsten Stunde, für die nächsten 2 Tage, das ist besser. Erst einmal ein bisschen los von diesen Ketten und wollen Wasser trinken. Die haben fast nichts getrunken den ganzen Tag. Es ist heiß, die sind müde von uns. Sie wollen was essen.
It's been a long day for all involved, not least Dr. Khalil, who's now been awake for over 36 hours. With the lions safe, the team can eat and rest and figure out the next move in the morning. Coming up, can they get Mona to safety in time?
Hey, he's very sick, he's very pain.
The following day, and Mona and Max are being waited on hand and foot by hotel manager Basil Shawa.
It's very nice guest. Beautiful animals. We don't have places for the animals, but we can manage to put them in this small garden here, and we keep him safe.
Basil's also playing it safe by keeping them well fed.
I saw the doctor yesterday, they feed them, and I no idea if they are stomach full, they don't eat people.
Some house guests are impossible to please though. The cubs were brought up on chicken, and it appears good quality beef is not to their taste. It looks as if they'd rather stick to what they know. Inside the hotel, Dr. Khalil is meeting with the local coordinator for the rescue mission. He's heard that some locals aren't happy about it.
Mohamed is one of our main contact person with our colleagues who are supporting our mission, makes the logistic for us. And it was regarding some troubles with some guys which are not happy that we are here and that we take the lions out. They think, okay, we export animals, we make their territory are empty from the precious wild animals. These guys are angry and they will try to stop and do everything possible to stop us to leave the strip.
This is worrying news. Dr. Khalil and the team can only sit tight and hope it doesn't get out of hand. In the meantime, he finally gets an opportunity to inspect the cubs.
This cubs take from the mom, who is about 4 weeks age, so they don't have really the proper colostrum or from the milk of the mom, which is really difficult in a way. It's not really the proper immune system they have. They don't have the proper nutrition in the last months. So you can see also the skin problems here. They need special medical care in the coming weeks, the proper vaccination. They never were visited by a vet, but this one, as you see, is really weak.
Dr. Khalil is particularly concerned about Mona's head injury.
Hey. Yeah, he's very sick, he's very pain. It's water under something hit him. But what is also worried that don't eat today, what I understood.
A check of the cub's reflexes suggests Mona's swelling is either a symptom or the cause of other problems.
I think I have a serious problem because they don't really react like the other lions, if you see with the eye. You see it? You see this one? You can see his head, and he's aggressive. He's afraid. And the pupil opening reflex is not very clear. I will bring later in the evening like my lights and try to check him properly.
The enforced stopover in Gaza gives Dr. Khalil the opportunity to meet with a Palestinian government representative.
He is representing the Minister for Agriculture here in Gaza Strip. The main point was how to solve the problem of wild animals which are living in private zoos and private captivity in Gaza for long term.
There are around 7 privately run zoos in war-torn Gaza. Many of them are struggling to provide food and medicines for their animals. On a previous trip in April 2015, Dr. Khalil and the FOUR PAWS team witnessed horror conditions at the Khan Yunis Zoo in the central Gaza Strip. It had run out of money to pay its zookeepers and fallen into serious disrepair. Cages were full of waste and debris, and animals that had died of starvation had been stuffed and put back on display.
This is very bad to show kids or children this way. I know the situation and the financial situation is not good, so we bring food for 3 months. We treated the lioness, which is here. We succeed to treat some other animal and vaccinate a lot of animals.
The meeting is to discuss an offer by Four Paws to help create a public park with species-appropriate conditions if the government can provide a site.
They confirm they are able to confiscate all this animal and to put them in a place and to stop this problem with wild animal kept in private captivity.
The government official also has good news regarding the veterinary certificates for the cubs.
The proper documentation should be issued today, latest early morning tomorrow, for the lion's cubs to be moved to Jordan. This should be coordinated with the Israel authority.
Just when it seems progress is finally being made, there is more bad news. The Palestinian authorities have become suspicious about the group's intentions in Gaza and have summoned them to an interview.
I spoke in between with somebody from Ministry of Interior, which is a man in charge in this case. Sure, he was not happy about all the situation, what happened. He said we create a lot of problems. We have to meet him personally tomorrow morning, all the group without exception. The main issue for him, he have to clarify why foreigners and journalists don't coordinate with the Office of Media in Gaza. Why, when they inform the group to leave the border the first day, why they slept at the border?
One thing is now certain. The team won't be getting out of Gaza tonight. With time to kill, Dr. Khalil has made a call to Rafah and invited Saad and Ibrahim to come by the hotel. After several stressful days on the move with strangers, Mona and Max are clearly overjoyed to see some familiar faces.
ولا بيسألك انت فرحان انك شفتهم مع انك امبارح شفت افتكرت طبعا تذبحهم مش هتشوفهم تاني. احنا ما نمناش الليله.
دي اكتر واحده يعني هي اكتر من هذا بتحبني يعني.
هي حساسه.
حساسه جدا. اول ما فتحت القفص هي لحالها هي اللي بتلعب بلعب مش طبيعي لما حاسه انه راح يصير حاجه يعني.
ايوه.
Despite the strong bond between them, Dr. Khalil is convinced it's right to be taking the cubs away.
I feel very honest happy that I see them together again. It's nice, they like to play, but they play their game. And they're still wild animal. If they get angry, I believe they will be very, very wild. And when they get adult and more stronger, more powerful, this is really risky. They are not pet animal, they are still wild animal.
This is the perfect opportunity for Dr. Khalil to find out if Saad and Ibrahim know how Mona came about her head injury.
He imagined to be from the zoo where it was, because he kept it sometimes at the zoo. And this is about 2 weeks now like this.
Saad and Ibrahim leave, knowing their cubs are in good hands. Next, the rescue team have a chance to get across the border.
There is a hope. There is a hope. We can go.
The team were up at 8 a.m. to meet Palestinian officials at the Office of the Interior Ministry. No cameras were allowed inside.
It was a lot of explanation. At first, the apology about what happened. Suspect journalist report that there is ISIS in Gaza, which is not the true, and they were aware that some of you come, and exactly at 4 o'clock that the border will be closed. So it was a lot of misunderstanding.
But Dr. Khalil still can't afford to relax. There remains the possibility of intervention from the group opposed to the removal of the lions. Back at the hotel, the team swings into action as permits from the Ministry of Agriculture arrive.
The team is ready, and they really are wishing to pass through you with your assistance and our colleague waiting.
With all the paperwork now in place, the team is just awaiting the final go-ahead from Israel.
There is a hope. There is a home. 5 minutes we know, but we will not wait this 5 minutes. We have to go prepare our things, prepare ourselves for the trip.
The team scrambled to pack and be ready to leave.
Who will carry me with me, the lions or the cages? Let's go.
Max and Mona have been given a low dose of sedative in their drinking water to keep them calm for the last step of their journey. This is where the team was held up 2 days earlier, but now they have all the necessary paperwork.
We are now waiting to go into the Israeli part of the Erez crossing. It looks like that everything is well organized. We're in contact with the Israeli side, with the military and the coordination of the crossing, and everything will be fine, hopefully.
The lions are okay. They are still quiet. I mean, they get some small sedative in the water. They're still quiet. This is fine. And we still have the trip till Jordan, but I hope we will manage. Wait.
The journey through Israel is in stark contrast to the scenes the team witnessed during their time in Gaza. At the Jordanian border, they finally meet up with the Amman team, who've had an anxious wait over the last few days.
No, it's been like, are they coming today? They're not coming today. Guys are ready since the morning. We were waiting. And then, the message is saying, no, we're not coming today. It seems tomorrow. Half an hour then later, you say, no, we're coming today.
Finally, the team arrives at the New Hope Center in Amman. Princess Alia has come to greet the team and welcome her newest residents. This is the first time Dr. Khalil has seen the cubs' new home.
This is nice. It's perfect. Well done. Well done.
The other way around?
All right.
These tentative first steps mark the end of the journey and the start of a new life for Max and Mona.
To see some creature come from a not ideal situation and be able to be part of a relief for it is really a huge pleasure. Hopefully they'll now be able to become proper lions as opposed to pets.
For the entire team, it's moments like this that make the sleepless nights and dangerous work all worth the effort.
These success stories, when you get these animals out and put them in the sanctuaries, prove them a secure life, this is the best ever.
Very, very happy that the lions will start a new life. They don't need to be more as show or actress on the beach. They don't need more for 1 or 2 shekels just to get a picture with somebody. They don't need to sleep with the children. They can be with each other and they can grow, and they are wild animals. And I'm happy they will be just lions.
The following morning, with the cubs more settled, Dr. Khalil can finally remove the last trace of Mona and Max's private keeping. And as the curious cubs begin to explore their new environment, they make an exciting discovery. They're not alone.
They're very, very curious what's going on the other place. They try to communicate. The lion from the other side try to communicate. I see also they like their place. They're really discovering it. And I'm happy that the female, she's in much better condition. She's more active, moving, and this is a very good sign, very good sign.
In a future episode, we'll follow the cubs as they take the final step of their journey into the newly completed Al Mawassouf Animal Sanctuary. So often, wild animals are the casualties of our human existence. Killed for profit, their habitats under threat, made to live in cramped spaces, poorly fed. They're destined to live out their lives in misery unless someone takes action. Wild Animal Rescue follows the people from the international animal welfare charity 4 Paws as they go on daring and sometimes dangerous rescue missions to give animals a better life. In this episode, we follow a 4-year mission to save 15 brown bears in Kosovo. Locked in small cages and used as attractions at small private zoos and even local restaurants, their future is bleak if 4 Paws doesn't take action. And a 4 Paws team goes to Romania to rescue Europe's last wild horses from the slaughterhouse. Four Paws have received information about bears being held in appalling conditions in Kosovo. Project leader Carsten Hertwig and Jette Lepaya have been sent to see if the condition of the bears warrants a rescue mission.
Also in aller Regel kommen sie aus der freien Wildbahn, werden als Bärenweise oder zumindest eben als Baby aus der Wildnis herausgeholt. Die Schicksale sind unterschiedlich. Teilweise eben ist die Mutter erschossen worden oder beim Verkehrsunfall ums Leben gekommen. Teilweise werden sie einfach auch der Mutter weggenommen.
Kosovo is still reeling from the effects of the Kosovo War at the end of last century. The war brought widespread destruction, claiming more than 10,000 lives. But the toll of war and its aftermath isn't just measured in human lives. Animals are usually the first to suffer. Brown bear populations in Europe have been decimated by war, hunting, and habitat loss. It's estimated there are 3,000 bears left in the Balkans. However, the illegal trade of animal parts means their future is uncertain. The bear Carsten is going to see has been used to attract people to dine at this restaurant. It's a common practice in this region.
Ja, Cassandra, Bärenweibchen, wir tippen so etwa 8 Jahre alt. Dürfte, seit sie Bärenweis und Bärenbaby ist, hier sein. Also sie hat eigentlich so den absolut schlechtesten Zustand.
Cassandra is a Eurasian brown bear. The very fact that she's awake suggests she's under a lot of stress. If she were in the wild, she would have gone into hibernation a month ago, and she wouldn't wake up for another 4. But the horrific conditions she's being kept in have totally upset her normal patterns of behavior.
Ja, das ist natürlich völlig inakzeptabel für eine Braunbärenhaltung. Das sind 2 mal 3 Meter Käfig, mitten der Witterung ausgesetzt. Das heißt im Sommer viel Sonne, kaum Regen, im Winter jetzt eben die Kälte, der Wind.
Sadly, Cassandra is not the only brown bear in Kosovo suffering a miserable existence. Around 40 kilometers away lies the small town of Prizren. Carsten's been tipped off that there are 2 bears being kept here in very poor conditions. Again, there's a restaurant involved, but this time there's a small zoo attached. The bears are in a large cage, but it's nowhere near big enough for animals of their size.
Also die Bären leben hier katastrophal. Nur Betonuntergrund, kein Wasser, kaum Schatten und unglaublich gestresst. Und vor allem deswegen, weil unter ihnen sind kleine Zwinger mit Wölfen und Hunden und die machen einen unglaublichen Lärm. Also jedes Mal, wenn ich hier war, haben die Hunde einen unglaublichen Lärm gemacht und die Bären waren unglaublich gestresst.
These two are called Ari and Arina. And like Cassandra, they've been caught by animal traders when they were young and sold to the restaurant owner. To stem the bear trade in Kosovo and step into line with other countries, a law was passed in 2010, making it illegal to keep bears privately. But with nowhere to place confiscated animals, it hasn't been properly enforced.
Papiermäßig ist alles auf EU-Standard, mehr oder weniger. Implementierung ist ein anderes Problem und das ist, was wir jetzt versuchen, auch hinzukriegen.
Returning the bears to the wild is sadly not an option. Being too used to people, they would be easy prey for animal traders. So the Kosovan Ministry of Environment have come up with a solution involving FOUR PAWS.
Wir haben von der Stadt Pristina jetzt eine Fläche zur Verfügung gestellt bekommen von 15 Hektar. Wir werden im Zuge der nächsten Jahre große Sektoren bauen, mindestens 3000, besser 5000 Quadratmeter pro Bär.
Good news and also bad, because Cassandra, Ari and Arina will have to stay where they are until at least some of the sanctuary is built. The big worry is how long Cassandra can survive in her present state. For each of the last 3 years, FOUR PAWS veterinarian Ovidiu Rosu has spent 6 months looking after wild horses in northeastern Romania. Someone fitted a rope halter to this horse when it was a foal in an effort to tame it. Now it needs to be removed, because as a horse grows larger, the halter can bite into the flesh and cause serious injury. It's one of approximately 500 wild horses living in the Danube Delta, the last wild horses to be found in Europe. These animals can be traced back to the 13th century, when the Tartars of Mongolia invaded this region, bringing their horses with them. Over the centuries, they were farmed for meat and used as working horses. Some also became wild, establishing a population here in the Letia forest, which lies in the northeastern part of Romania's Danube Delta. The Danube is Europe's second longest river, and over the last 6,000 years, sediment has been building up at its mouth to form the Danube Delta, Europe's second largest wetland area. Declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site and Romania's oldest natural reserve, it's rich in bird and marine life and hosts some rare species of plants. When horse farming ceased in 1989, many of the horses were freed, and the wild population grew to 1,500 by 2010. Environmentalists were concerned the growing number of horses would impact on the delicate natural balance of the ecosystem, so Romanian authorities decided to take action.
The horses were the scapegoats for ruining this highly protected forest. And the authorities thought that the easiest solution would be to cull, to shoot these horses.
FOUR PAWS vigorously opposed the idea of culling and proposed an alternative, a birth control vaccine which, over time, would reverse the population growth without harming any animals.
This vaccine goes to the egg, makes it some sort of a shield, like a cover, so that the sperm will not enter through it. It doesn't affect the behavior of the animals, it doesn't affect any social status of the animal inside the group.
The first dose of the vaccine needs to be given orally, which means Ovidiu has to tranquilize the animal. No easy task with these fast and flighty creatures free to roam the almost 3,000 hectares of reserve. The vaccine works on the egg, so is only given to the mares.
First of all, we have to identify which is female.
Each herd of wild horses typically has a lead stallion and a lead mare, whose roles are to protect the group. The lead mare travels at the front, and the stallion pushes from behind.
Perfect shot.
It's a quite powerful dosage, otherwise we cannot have them fast tranquilized.
A quick tranquilization is important because of the risk posed by the lead stallion. As the mare begins to react to the anesthesia, he can become concerned about her behavior and try to keep her moving.
If they take too long to sleep, the mares might be kicked by the males.
Sometimes it's near impossible to get the horses to lie down.
They have this passive stability system that actually allows them to somehow sleep while standing, so that's why it takes a little bit of time.
This mare has remained standing for too long. Ovidio has no choice but to administer a second dose of anesthesia.
How many minutes has it been?
Quite
7?
a lot.
Okay.
No, more than
More,
7.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, she's a strong one, huh?
Coming up, has Ovidio's second dart brought the mare down in time? And the first wave of bear rescues in Kosovo sweeps into play. Four Paws has come to Kosovo to rescue up to 15 bears being held captive in atrocious conditions. Carsten has rescued the first 3, Cassandra, Ari and Irina. But the rescue was delayed until stage 1 of the new bear sanctuary in Kosovo is finished. It's now ready, so the first rescue can happen. They start with the bear in most urgent need, Cassandra.
Me presion muni me mor. Ariun me chef nuk e jo. Edhe që për merr po lutna. Ti me presion. Edhe që për merr ko obligime të ariun. Jo vetëm. Qëren unë nuk jo njëri probleme. Po vesh nuk është në rregull po them, se unë po them e kurit vogël dhe nuk ka shot.
But Cassandra's owner can't understand why she's being taken and fails to see what's wrong with her current condition. To ensure there's no trouble, the team are backed up by police and the Kosovo force, the NATO-backed peacekeepers. In order to safely transport Cassandra to the sanctuary, the team must first tranquilize her. The metal crook keeps Cassandra's head down. She may be weak and malnourished, but she's still considerably bigger and stronger than her would-be saviors. Safely inside a purpose-built travel crate, it takes 6 strong men to move her to the waiting vehicle. Cassandra has the honor of being the first resident of the new Pristina Bear Sanctuary. She'll stay in this interior treatment cage while work continues on her outside enclosure. This will enable her to regain her health and adjust to her new surroundings. Now the Four Paws team move on to the zoo in Shquiponia to rescue Ari and Irina. Again, the Four Paws team come with police and military support, but this time the media have been alerted by the bears' owners. It appears they're not happy about losing the prime attraction at their restaurant/zoo.
Sie sind überhaupt nicht einsichtig. Also Sie haben auch vor laufender Kamera immer wieder betont, dass die Haltung super und toll ist und so weiter. Also Sie sind überhaupt nicht einsichtig.
Wir können nur einfach sehen auf den Bären, obwohl sind wir überall, auch in Europa müssen die Eisen da sein. Nur einfach können wir gucken die Bären und sehen wir ganz genau, dass sie leben sehr wohl.
The bears' owners have called in friends and associates in an effort to intimidate the Four Paws team. Worried the situation could get out of hand, the team decide they need to act now. They tranquilize both of the bears at the same time. Once they're sedated, they have to get them into transport crates before the drug wears off. While the sedation is going smoothly, other elements are conspiring to make this a challenging rescue. The owners have stopped the Four Paws vehicles from entering the property.
Das ist für uns natürlich eine Herausforderung mehr, weil wir auch überhaupt nicht logistisch mit dem Inhaber der Bären kooperieren können. Er ist nicht stur, wir müssen lange Wege jetzt mit den Transportboxen nachher gehen, weil wir nicht auf den Hof fahren können, lauter solche Sachen.
It doesn't help that the cages are up so high. They must gently lower several hundred kilos of brown bear down to ground level, into the transport crates, and then the long haul out to the waiting vehicle. It all goes according to plan. The Four Paws team are elated at having completed 2 successful bear rescues.
Es ist ein großer Schritt für den Tierschutz im Kosovo, der heute gerade passiert ist. Und der Weg ist beschritten und wir gehen diesen Weg entlang. Wir werden alle Bären hier im Kosovo, die jetzt privat gehalten werden, rauskriegen aus den Käfigen. Wir werden in eine neue Zukunft gehen können.
But their joy is short-lived with the news that 2 other restaurant bears intended for rescue have been killed. Faced with his bears being confiscated, the owner sold them to an animal dealer for €500. The police found their dead bodies dumped amongst garbage, their organs harvested for the lucrative Asian market.
Das macht jetzt die Situation so dringend und wir wollen eben jetzt komplett alle Bären, die noch in Restaurants hier im Kosovo dahin vegetieren, jetzt retten.
With 2 dead, can they rescue the remaining bears in time? On the Danube Delta in Romania, veterinarian Ovidiu Rosu and project leader Robert Hengel are carrying out a population control program on the last herd of wild horses to be found in Europe. A contraceptive vaccine must be given to each mare, but for that to happen, they have to be sedated. Ovidiu has already shot 1 tranquilizer at this mare. She's unsteady on her feet, but refuses to go down. There's a risk the stallion may start kicking her to get her moving, so Ovidiu fires a 2nd tranquilizer.
Just doesn't want to go down.
Yeah, it's quite often this happens.
Finally, after nearly 30 minutes. While the mare is sedated, Ovidiu and Robert need to record her statistics and perform health checks, but they're being closely watched.
That's a real man, a real stallion.
It's common for wild horses to have one partner they spend the most time with.
Careful, careful.
Yeah, I'm here.
Estimates based on aerial surveys put the number of remaining horses at approximately 500. In the past 3 years, Ovidiu has treated about half of them.
Our aim is not to actually kill the population down, is to manage it responsibly.
This population control program by Four Paws was sparked by the so-called Letia massacre scandal in 2011.
The locals were basically rounding up loads of horses to sell them to the slaughterhouse.
Following claims that the wild horse population was growing too fast and destroying the environment, Romanian authorities gave landowners in the village of Letia permission to round up some of the wild horses. More than 70 horses were corralled together into several small pens.
These beautiful, wild, free-living horses were crowded up with no food and no water.
Belonging to different herds, the horses fought each other, leading to severe injuries. After a week in the pens, the horses were sent to be slaughtered.
They rounded up the horses into a double-decker slaughterhouse truck, and they pushed in too many horses.
A couple of them, they were dead already, squashed together and, kicked by the other animals.
Fortunately, Four Paws prevented the truck reaching its destination.
Only after 30 hours, our team was able to stop this transport. And overnight, we became owners of more than 50 horses.
The horses were brought to a farm where they received food, water, and medical care.
We managed in the end to save about 45 horses in total. And after 3 months of quarantine and treatments, we were able to bring them back in Leta.
Some of those horses are still alive and being monitored by Ovidiu and Robert.
Wow, look at that.
Next, Robert has to perform a task he's not at all happy about.
Oh boy. Oh man.
And in Kosovo, there's the final big push to rescue all of the remaining restaurant bears. The news that 2 of the Kosovo bears have been sold and slaughtered for their body parts has put pressure on the FOUR PAWS team to rescue the remaining 8 bears. They decide to rescue all 8 within 24 hours. At the restaurant in western Kosovo, the team find 2 bears, Arusha and Balusha. The smaller Balusha is in a terrible state.
Das sind 2 Männchen, die gehören immer zusammengesperrt. Dem einen fehlt ein Auge, das ist ausgekratzt. Das zweite Auge ist auch blind, vermutlich auch eine Verletzung, eine Infektion. Die Zähne sind von dem einen Bären sehr kaputt und er hat sehr viele Narben, vermutlich von Kämpfen.
Bears are mostly solitary creatures in the wild, so it's little wonder they clash when they're forced to share a cramped space. The rescue goes smoothly. As soon as they're sedated, the veterinary team start giving Balusha the medical care she so desperately needs. The next restaurant bear is 20 kilometers away, a 15-month-old female bought from hunters.
Wir haben 3 Leute hier angefahren, also die wissen ja, dass ich viele Tiere hier habe und fragten mich, ob ich einen Bär haben will. Die haben ihn anscheinend irgendwo gefangen, hier in unseren Wäldern, mit ihren Jagdhunden. Und habe ja gesagt, ja, warum nicht?
Then he discovered laws were being introduced to make it illegal for bears to be kept in private zoos.
Ich hatte vor, also es nicht auf so kleine Käfig zu lassen, also schon einen größeren Park zu machen hier. Aber da ich mitbekommen habe, dass es nicht mehr geht, dann habe ich halt diese Investition weggelassen.
Being seen as a bad investment has meant she hasn't been properly cared for.
Er ist unterentwickelt, er ist sehr ausgetrocknet. Wir haben ihm jetzt einen Tropf gegeben. Die Zähne sind sehr schlecht. Muss man schauen. Aber die Narkose lief erstmal soweit ganz gut. Er liegt stabil, dass wir ihn jetzt verladen können.
That's 2 rescues completed safely. The last one promises to be the most difficult of all. 5 fully grown bears, all held in one enclosure.
Also wir können die nicht separieren. Ja, es gibt keine richtige Absperrmöglichkeit jeweils. Das ist einfach nicht möglich hier. Und von dem her bleibt uns aus Sicherheitsgründen überhaupt nichts anderes übrig, als 5 Bären gleichzeitig zu narkotisieren. Das ist natürlich auch wirklich für das Ärzteteam eine Herausforderung.
If the bears become agitated, it'll be difficult to dart them. So the vets keep noise and activity to a minimum. There are 5 vets, 1 for each bear, to ensure the operation runs safely and quickly. Initial medical checks would normally be carried out inside the enclosure, but not today. It's too dangerous, because with so many bears, there's a chance one of them might wake up. Checks outside the cage reveal they're carrying numerous injuries, probably caused by fighting.
Ja, das ist eben eine Bisswunde, die wir jetzt auch noch extern behandeln, um die antibakteriell zu reinigen.
Weighing more than 200 kilos, the bears are difficult to move into the crates. Eventually, the team load the last captive bear in Kosovo into the van. The most difficult phase of the rescue mission is over. Now it's just a matter of giving them time to settle in at the sanctuary. After years of living in confined conditions, it can be a big shock to be suddenly surrounded by large areas of open space. For that reason, they're first released into smaller enclosures. It's a special moment for the rescue team.
Hierher zu bringen, ihnen jetzt dieses Gehege sozusagen zu übergeben und ihnen die Zukunft hier zu ermöglichen, Das ist einfach ein wunderschönes Gefühl.
"700 kilometers away in the Danube Delta, Robert is having a not-so-wonderful moment with a sedated mare. She's been given the contraceptive vaccine, but the medical check requires they obtain a fecal sample.
Usually there's some reaction that some feces comes out, but in this case none came out, so I'll have to put my hand in the anus, and but obviously I will put some paraffin so it goes in easily, and then I can get out some feces. So it's very exciting. Okay, here goes. Oh boy.
I'm sure you can do it, Robert.
And I just go in with my whole hand if there's nothing.
Yeah, just maybe we can take this.
Okay.
Robert isn't a trained vet. He's a desk jockey and administrator with Four Paws, so he's really entering uncharted territory here.
Oh boy. Oh man, this is... I never studied
For this.
for this. I didn't do veterinary. Is this enough?
No, you go more.
You serious?
Yeah, go.
Go more?
Yeah,
I had my whole hand in
Let
there.
me show you something really interesting.
Yeah?
Open your hand. Oh, you lost it. You just had a really big worm. Oh, look at it.
I had a worm?
This is a whip
That's
worm.
horrible.
And what?
And
It is not going to attack you. If you are disgusted, I will do it.
No, I'm not disgusted. I
No,
just
you-
don't want to go in all the way.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, but I've got my watch and everything, man. I
Take
can't.
it off.
Oh my God. Take it off. Okay. Oh boy. Oh man. I feel kind of weird doing this.
I ask you to take care of this.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay, this is how you do it properly.
Actually, she already defecated.
Yeah, not very. There's nothing in there.
Nevertheless, quite a lot of worms. Yeah. Yeah, but it's enough. This is enough.
This is also the perfect opportunity to get a blood sample from the horse.
This is to do studies on the reproductive level of the animal. So actually if she is pregnant in this moment or if she is not. To be able to distinguish, we have to take the serum out of the blood.
That requires specialist equipment, which Ovidiu carries in his vehicle. The centrifuge will spin the test tube at high speed, separating out the blood serum, which can then be sent to the lab for testing.
Okay, we will send it to Vienna to be tested for the levels of progesterone and estrogen. Those are the main hormones from which you can know if the animal is pregnant or not.
The sedative has worn off. The whole tranquilizing process and checkup has taken just over 90 minutes. And the mare is none the wiser about the indignity of having both Robert and Ovidiu probe her for a fecal sample. Next, the Pristina sanctuary bears have a date with the dentist. The Pristina Bear Sanctuary in Kosovo has now been operating for 2 years, providing a home for brown bears rescued from cruel, inhumane conditions. Open to the public, visitors can experience the bears in an environment close to their natural habitat. And they're starting to behave like bears living in the wild.
Even though we prepared the dance for them, they had their own, they did their own dance and they hibernated. And they hibernated for 3 months.
The 13 restaurant bears that were first rescued are clearly much happier in the sanctuary. But many still suffer long-lasting effects from their previous lives and need to receive ongoing medical and dental treatment.
I'm a human dentist, but in my free time I do some bigger patients.
Dr. Luce and his wife Sabine are volunteers who make several trips a year to treat bears at a number of sanctuaries across Europe. Leading the medical team is wildlife veterinarian Johanna Painer.
We don't work together that often, but like 3 times a year about for a long weekend. Yeah, we have bear holiday together.
Treatments range from basic fillings to root canals and extractions. And how does a 300-kilogram brown bear feel about a dental appointment?
I think it's sometimes a bit frustrating for a wildlife veterinarian when you try to do your best to keep your patients healthy, but every time you doubt them, of course, they hate you.
The first patient today is 16-year-old Ero. He was the largest of the 5 bears rescued from the final restaurant.
He weighs about 300 kilograms. He's by far the biggest of all.
Johanna prepares for the anesthesia based upon estimated measurements.
For wildlife anesthesia, it's always a bit challenging to prepare it out because many things can go wrong, of course. We don't have a pre-anesthetic health check on the bear, so we cannot go there and see and check the blood values before we dart them. And then, of course, you can hit it at the wrong place. You aim for the big muscles in the shoulder, but what if he moves in like the second where you dart? Then you dart it into the lung, and that could be deathly.
The anesthesia should take around 10 minutes to work, but Johanna wants to be absolutely certain Ero's fully unconscious before allowing anyone to enter the cage.
How many kilograms you say?
3.
I say 340.
Okay, mit der 325.
It's important Johanna gets an accurate weight. That way she knows how much of each drug is needed.
How much?
Means 325. Sauber?
Ero's legs are tied down to stop them flopping around during the procedure. If he were to wake, however, the ropes would do little to restrain him.
Ich schon losmachen, wenn ihr wollt.
So we have a cavity in the tooth because of a broken tip. And here the same, the canine tooth severely broken and with a cavity here.
Broken teeth are common amongst captive bears. They bite on the bars of their enclosures, and under the load of their extremely powerful jaws, something has to give.
So now I give here some local anesthesia, and then we will perform a root canal treatment. The tooth has to be treated because the pulpa is chronically infected. This causes maybe pain and osteolysis. That means that the bone starts to be destroyed.
Really big tooth, huh?
Huge. While the root canal procedure is similar to that performed on a human, working on bears can create some tricky problems.
Haben wir da noch längeres? Kann sein, dass wir länger brauchen.
Das ist das Einzige, was wir haben. Ja, das natürlich.
The difficulty is that the tooth is so extremely long.
So now he's already in anesthesia for more than 1 hour. So we top up the anesthesia every now and then, according to all these parameters.
While Dr. Loos works, Johanna and Julia give Ero a full health check. Hair samples are taken to measure cortisone levels, which gives an indication of how much stress the bears endure. They'll be compared to samples taken when they were first rescued to find out how well the bears are rehabilitating in the sanctuary.
The blood gases are all fine, like even after now he's almost 3 hours down. He has perfect values. Perfect. It's really nice.
Okay. Smooth and perfect. Good.
With the root canal finished, Johanna can bring Ero back around.
I'm drawing up the antidote so he can wake up faster, but I only give it when we are in.
The procedure has been a success. Any cavities and decay have been fixed, and the tests show Ero is in good health.
Super, very good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to you. Special thanks.
Around half an hour later, a slightly groggy Ero returns to his outside enclosure. Coming up, 3 very young additions to the Pristina Bear Sanctuary. And 4 Paws working to win over the locals in the Danube Delta. Winter on the Danube Delta sees temperatures plummet to minus 20 degrees Celsius and even lower. The wild horses eat tree bark, roots, and whatever they can find. But it's hard going, and a significant number don't survive the winter. In the winter of 2010 and 2011, before the 4 Paws program began, locals say 50% of the herd died. Now 4 Paws provide food to help the horses through the winter. No matter what the weather is like, Ovidiu has the unenviable job of distributing the hay. He's also tasked with rebuilding a good relationship with the locals. The 4 Paws intervention in 2011, which prevented the slaughter of 55 wild horses, came at a cost.
Everybody was blaming the locals for being very, very brutal with those animals, and when we returned back with them, we didn't have them on our side. They were very, very, how to put, not violent in itself, but very against us. You know, they were really didn't like.
Aggressive
they were
towards us.
Yeah, they were aggressive towards us.
It's taken some time for Ovidiu and his team to earn back the trust of the locals. One of the ways they've done it is by offering veterinary services, treating their livestock and pets.
He was run over by a car and his spine was injured, and that's why he cannot run anymore. But they didn't want to leave him because he's a very good dog. And now we are trying now to put him on a wheelchair.
Oh, Hi, Rick.
In the beginning, people were reluctant. They didn't know exactly what we are doing. The concept of animal welfare was quite strange towards them. But now I think they understood that what we are doing. Let's see if he goes.
He has to practice, but n-am vrut să renunț la el, nu. Că toată lumea spune, domnule, omorâți-l. Cum să-l omor dacă el mi-a slujit casa? 7 ani mi-a slujit.
Very nice story because.
Cum să renunț la el?
Another reason the locals have warmed to the presence of 4 Paws is the financial spin-off of having a protected herd of wild horses in a spectacular setting.
In the last 4 years, there was a very big development from the touristic point of view. So actually, now the locals gain a lot of money because people came to see the forest and the horses.
With more and more locals starting to see the benefits arising from the work Ovidiu and his team are doing on the Danube Delta, certainty is given to the future of these wonderful animals, Europe's last wild horses. It's 2 years since the Kosovo restaurant bears were rescued and moved to the Pristina sanctuary, and they're thriving.
90% bears are vegetarians, so they eat fruit and vegetable.
Everything
and 10%.
that they can find in nature.
With these small holes, we usually use small pieces of food that contains a lot of protein, like dog pellets and sunflower seeds. And our bears really like it a lot.
With lunch served, the treasure hunt can begin. Doing it this way keeps the bears stimulated and encourages them to use their natural instinct for foraging. Since those first 11 restaurant bears came here, there have been another 5 bears rescued.
In this enclosure here, we have 3 little cubs that we rescued last year. When we rescued them, they were only 2 months old, and they were quite weak, actually.
Kosovan authorities became aware of them after a family posted photos on Facebook of the tiny 3-week-old Emma living in their flat. A few days later, her brothers Ron and Oscar were found nearby. All 3 were undernourished and stressed. Normally, wild bear cubs spend at least 2 years with their mother, so they needed round-the-clock care. 5 months later, with the cubs in good health, the Pristina team tried something they'd never done before. With the cubs still being young, there was a chance they could survive in the wild.
Today we're moving them to Shari National Park because we've built a large enclosure for them away from people so that they can spend the next year or so getting used to being in their natural environment.
They were left alone to forage for their own food, with frequent checks to see how they were getting on. Unfortunately, the project ended after 2 months, following several encounters with people traveling in the national park. The cubs weren't wary enough around humans, and that would pose problems as they grew older and were released. Today they share an enclosure at the sanctuary and will eventually be moved to a new, larger enclosure. Oscar is next in line for a checkup with the vets and dentist.
Here is a milk dentition. Maybe the tooth would fall out. Can you close the mouth, please, dear patient? No, I don't think that will fall out.
No.
Yes, we have to take it out. One baby tooth we have to extract here. The time of changing of the teeth is over for him. And the baby tooth would stay there and would harm him.
So, wie gehst du da jetzt langsam? Aber das ist extrem hohl innen, glaube ich. Nur, dass du Bescheid weißt, wegen Frakturen so.
Ja, das weiß ich.
So he extracted the remaining milk tooth.
Here, this is destroyed from the permanent tooth. Now we clean the wound a little bit, you see.
Keeping a close eye on proceedings is Mustafa, who has a special relationship with Oscar.
After they got confiscated, Mustafa was there day and night for many months. And the reason why they are alive is because Mustafa was working day and night. He's kind of Papa Bear. Good, so everything went well. He became a really proper bear. He's still very small, but compared to last year, it's of course really nice to see him.
But there's one more thing to do before Oscar is taken back to the enclosure.
We should make a picture with Mustafa and Oscar. Come, Mustafa, go with Oscar. You and Oscar, your baby. Yeah.
It's only through the work and love of Pristina staff like Mustafa, the skills and dedication of the medical and dental teams, and the support of 4 Paws that bears like Cassandra, Ero and Oscar are able to live out their days with a good quality of life. And more importantly, all of that effort is helping change the way the people of Kosovo view an animal that for so long was simply a sideshow attraction. So often, wild animals are the casualties of our human existence. Killed for profit. Their habitats under threat. Made to live in cramped spaces, poorly fed. They're destined to live out their lives in misery unless someone takes action. Wild Animal Rescue follows the people from the international animal welfare charity 4 Paws as they go on daring and sometimes dangerous rescue missions to give animals a better life. In this episode, we follow 4 Paws' efforts to give captive lions a better life.
It was clear that this can't last for long because the situation was deteriorating really visible.
How do these conditions affect the animals, and what's being done to return them to health?
Well, she and he is a hermaphrodite. Inbreeding is the most
common cause of hermaphrodites.
And a shocking yet legal industry that's threatening South Africa's lions.
We're breeding very beautiful animals like battery chickens.
This rescue mission centers on 5 lions living in depressing conditions in the town of Baia Mare in Romania. For the last 2 years, they've been kept in these enclosures, a few hundred square meters of concrete floors and walls and steel bars, little bigger than a suburban apartment. And for the majority of that time, their only human contact has been with veterinarian Dr. Adin Miklaus. He knows their history ever since they first came to Baia Mare.
Și au fost aduși în anul 2002 în Baia Mare. Vârsta aproximativă 2 ani, dar nici și aceasta este relativă pentru că pe certificat scria 2 ani. Eu cred că sunt un pic mai în vârstă.
Those age estimates apply to the 3 older lions, Petrica, Lavinia and Lydia. They're siblings and originally performed as part of the Romanian state circus. But in 2002, the male, Petrica, attacked their trainer and they were no longer wanted. At that point, Dr. Miklaus brought them to the Baia Mare City Zoo.
Inițial am fi vrut numai 2, dar fiind 3 și noi având spațiu, au fost aduse la Baia Mare.
Baia Mare is a small city of approximately 130,000 people in the northwest of Romania. Its zoo was one of 36 in the country. But when Romania became part of the European Union in 2007, that all changed.
At that point, a lot of legislation has to be put in place. And one of the pieces of legislation that was necessary for Romania to implement was the Zoo Directive.
That directive specified certain minimum standards that all zoos had to meet if they were to continue to operate, with one of the most important standards being the welfare of the animals. Like so many zoos in Romania, Baia Mare did not come up to scratch.
Deci grădina zoologică a fost construită în 1950 și cuștile au fost foarte mici. Neavând autorizație de mediu, neavând spațiu propriu pentru animale.
Located in the old part of Baia Mare, the zoo had no more space it could access, and the local council had limited funds to work with.
There were different attempts to buy more land or to find other solutions, but at the end, of course, with no budget and of not being the biggest priority of the city, that was the decision of the council to close the zoo.
The EU legislation states that when a zoo has to close, the animals should be relocated to other institutions which meet the standards. If that isn't an option, then the animals should be euthanized. That was the situation Dr. Miklaus and his colleagues faced back in 2013.
Am încercat toate animalele care au fost, vreo 22 de specii, au fost date la instituții autorizate, conform legii, cu spații conforme, cu așa. Leii n-am reușit să-i relocăm pentru că nu i-a dorit nimeni. Așa s-a ajuns la înființarea acestui compromis.
And it truly was a compromise. The council was sympathetic to the plight of the lions and allocated them vacant buildings and yards, with a plant nursery on one side and a rubbish dump on the other. Their new quarters consisted of 2 dark indoor cages and a small outside area where they could exercise. While the lions had been saved from being put down, they'd ended up in even worse conditions than were at the zoo.
Deci la grădina zoologică totuși avea un spațiu cam cel puțin de 3-4 ori mai mare decât aici.
The closure of the zoo also meant they no longer had access to regular veterinary care or good quality food. The council continued to provide a small budget for meat, but no other funding. So all the care, the daily feeding, the cleaning of the enclosure, that has all been done by Dr. Miklaus.
Nu, de 2 ani de zile nu pot să plec, pentru că cu 2 ani de zile numai s-o desființat grădina zoologică, iar colegii au plecat în altă parte.
Dr. Miklaus began searching for a new home for his lions, And that's when he got in touch with Four Paws.
When the call for rescuing them came to us, we visited them, and it was clear that this can't last for long because the situation was deteriorating really visible from a week to another, and especially the winters were very hard there because it was very wet, it was very dark and very cold, and as they are not very young, the parents are 15 years old, this has a very big impact and is deteriorating very fast the condition of the animal.
At Four Paws headquarters in Austria, the staff were assigned the complex task of organizing the transport of 5 lions across international borders. Their destination, the Lionsrock Sanctuary in South Africa. Now the rescue mission is about to start. Dr. Miklaus has been given instructions as how to best prepare the lions for their journey.
În mod normal consumă carne de cal, dar acum, având în vedere că mâine vor urma să fie tranquilizați, am optat pentru niște plămâni, niște organe, ca să fie o mâncare mai ușoară, mai slim.
Having cared for them for so long, Dr. Miklaus has become attuned to subtle changes in their health, their moods, and their eating habits.
Petrica nu e interesat. Este mai slab un pic. Acum are o perioadă întotdeauna, în perioada spre iarnă, parcă slăbea un pic. Nu-mi dau seama, probabil și vârsta, dar nici nu este interesat de mâncare, deci...
The 5 lions are split into 2 groups. Patrika and his mate Lavinia live as a pair, and their offspring, Marine and Tahon, keep company with 15-year-old Lydia, the sibling of the parents. This division began back in Baia Mare Zoo, when Marine and Tahon were born in 2003. At that time, there was a risk Patrika, the father, would attack the small cubs. Having 2 groups in such a small facility has made it difficult for Dr. Miklaus to manage them, particularly when it comes to recreation. The larger space outside provides an area for exercise, fresh air and natural light, but they can't all occupy it at the same time.
Deci erau făcuți cu rândul, încercam să-i țin pe ăia o săptămână înăuntru pe ăștia, să le dădeam drumul consecutiv afară, deci intrau și ieșeau pe rând.
The father, Patrika, has a preference for being outside, and that makes him reluctant to go inside for food.
Dar duce el la mâncare, dar se teme că îl închid iară. În momentul în care mă duc acolo, el va intra. În momentul în care vin acolo, el iese afară și se uită la mine. De obicei, de aia, întotdeauna la felinele mari, lucrează 2 oameni, no? Dar acum, cum n-am avut, e destul de greu să mergi acolo, să vii aici.
These kinds of issues won't be a problem when they move to their new home in South Africa.
Mă bucur că vor ajunge într-un loc propriu. Parecum m-am și atașat de ei. Dar, în mod cert, trebuie să ajungă acolo unde le este locul.
Over 8,000 kilometers away at Lionsrock in South Africa, the Baia Mare 5 will be joining many lions and other types of big cats, rescued from Romania and neighboring European countries. Those feline refugees were very much the driving force behind establishing the sanctuary in 2006.
So it was clear that there is a huge need, and FOUR PAWS decided that if we will create the sanctuary, that it should be in a country or on a continent where the lions are actually coming from and where the habitat and the climate is according to what they need and where they normally would live.
Unfortunately, being in an appropriate environment doesn't cure the animals of all the sickness and infirmities they previously had. Many of them require ongoing care and treatment. Today, there are a series of operations scheduled, and veterinarian Dr. Peter Caldwell is anesthetizing the first lion. As coincidence would have it, the first patient of the day is a former Romanian lion called Akira. Rescued from a Romanian zoo in 2008, she has a large abscess on the underside of her jaw, which needs medical attention. It's obviously causing her pain and to be ill-tempered. Treating Akira is Dr. Gerard Steenkamp, one of only a few dentists specializing in the treatment of wild animals.
Because their teeth are so long, infection has gone in where the tooth is fractured, and you can actually see the abscesses burst out under the chin there.
Dr. Steenkamp has his suspicions as to what's caused the tooth to fracture.
If you look at the canines, you can see there's healthy enamel, and then it stops there, and the tips don't have enamel on them. So there's obviously something in the development of these teeth that went wrong. And so there was a weak spot there, and in the lower jaw, that tooth just snapped.
Many of the rescued big cats arrive at Lionsrock with damaged teeth. The cause is often linked to them being taken away from their mothers at an early age, and their subsequent diet not providing them with many key trace elements.
Calcium and those minerals which are needed to grow bone and cartilages and teeth are mostly not enough given to them when they are growing. And that means then when they are getting older that those bones and teeth are not strong enough and that they break easier.
Before the abscess can be treated, the dental team need to perform a root canal on Akira's fractured tooth. Holes drilled in the base and tip allow them to remove most of the infected tissue. The remaining decaying tissue is flushed out through the abscess that has appeared under her jaw. To complete the procedure, Dr. Steenkamp will have to drill away some of the bone around the abscess and then plug the hole from both sides.
This is the cement that we put into the canal. By now there shouldn't be any bacteria left there, but if there is, it will help to kill them.
While many of Dr. Steenkamp's instruments are common dentist tools, some had to be custom made to enable him to work with the extremely long teeth found in big cats.
Suturing it closed, and then she'll be woken up.
Okay, let's pick her up. Let's go.
Left untreated, an infection like this would probably have been fatal, especially in the wild, where lions suffering from serious tooth problems die slowly of starvation because they can't properly chew the game they catch. Thanks to the dental team, the worst Akira will suffer is some discomfort as her wound heals. Next, the rescue of the Baia Mare lions finally gets underway.
Have a nice journey.
The day has finally arrived. The 5 lions of Baia Mare are about to leave Romania and the cramped enclosures that have been their home since the town zoo closed in 2013. A large contingent of local and international media have turned up. FOUR PAWS has sent a team of specialists from Romania and Germany, experts in transporting large, dangerous predators.
We will have a look at the facilities and then want to have a talk to the veterinarian who took care about the lions over the last 15 years. So and then we discuss in our team how to proceed.
Even before the examinations are done, it's very obvious to the team that Dr. Miklaus has done all he can to look after the lions, despite a lack of resources and funding.
They're well cared for. They've been treated with respect by the veterinarian who saved their lives.
Saved their lives and made them a big part of his life. It will be hard for Dr. Miklaus to see them go.
Sentimentele sunt împărțite, mă bucur. În primul rând, mă bucur că am reușit să-i relocăm. Asta încercăm de cel puțin mai mult, de 2 ani și ceva.
Each lion will be tranquilized. Then medical assessments will be performed to ensure he or she is in fit condition to go into a purpose-built travel crate and make the long trip to South Africa.
There will be a detailed inspection of the teeth, of their eyes, of the bones. So there will be really a lot of parameters that are going to be checked.
Marine is up first. He's one of the 2 offspring of Patrika and Lavinia.
Also very skinny. So the darting outside, it's better but the only thing which is not good, if he is going to sleep in the middle,
Dr. Goeritz is worried that after being darted, Marine could fall asleep in the middle of the cage. If this happens, then it becomes very difficult to tell whether he's properly tranquilized, and that makes it potentially dangerous for someone to enter the cage. Fortunately, Marine falls asleep in the back corner of the cage, within easy reach.
There are very sensitive areas, the ear, the nose, the tail tip, so to check how his ear is running.
Before commencing the health checks, they move Marine closer to the cage entrance to ensure a quick getaway if he wakes up.
Put it with the head there, that when he is getting good. Okay, now we can all the checkups, temperature.
It's common for captive lions to have a number of health issues, usually caused by poor diet, lack of exercise, and not enough exposure to sunlight.
He's a little bit skinny, definitely got the wrong diet. The really black feces, it's a lot of liver and heart, and so it's...
The inadequate diet over the last few years and all the hard metallic surfaces in the enclosure make it very likely his teeth have been damaged.
That's abnormal use here. Occlusion. No, it's not occlusion. That's
it's not occlusion.
This is
Metal bar.
metal bars.
The metal bars.
But in general, teeth looks not too bad.
With the checks complete, the team load Marine into the travel crate. Once inside, the vets will give him an antidote to help him come around from the anesthesia.
Marine is first loaded. It's great. He's now calm, so I hope that he will not give any alarm signals to the other ones, because he knows what was going on. So hopefully he doesn't tell them, hey guys, watch out, there's a guy here with a gun, so hopefully. But he will sleep now, he will get the antidote, we will close the doors, and he will be the first ready to go.
Have a nice journey.
Back at Lionsrock, the operations are continuing, but this one isn't a dental operation. Wildlife veterinarian Dr. Peter Caldwell is dealing with the unusual case of Fiona, a 9-year-old lioness who doesn't look like a lioness.
Well, she and he is a hermaphrodite. She's got an overdeveloped clitoris in her vulvar region, which is a very good sign that she is a hermaphrodite. And she's got 2 scrotal sacs without any testes in, and she tends to want to mate with other lions. So we're going to go and see what kind of sex organs she's got and then remove them, because if there is a uterus in there, there's a potential for an infection.
Having both sex organs in the one lion is unusual but not unheard of. Typically, it's caused by a lack of genetic diversity in the breeding population, resulting in closely related animals mating with one another.
Congenital genetics, yeah. Inbreeding is the most common cause of hermaphrodites in the lion population.
These kind of genetic abnormalities are rife at breeding farms. Fiona was rescued from one of these places, as were a number of lions here at Lionsrock. Ironically, before Four Paws bought this property, the land was used to farm lions.
It was a game farm and a breeding farm for game and as well as for lions mainly. He also had cub betting, he had young lions here at the lodge.
Lionsrock may have been turned into a sanctuary, but there are many places where lions are still being bred. Some estimates suggest that there are 7,000 lions being raised in captivity in South Africa.
We're breeding very beautiful, very intelligent, very long-lived social animals like battery chickens.
You see a lot of these breeding facilities, specifically in this country. The conditions that these animals are raised are so poor, unhygienic, and the people that do it are totally oblivious of any veterinary and medical and health aspects of these animals.
The purpose of all these breeding farms is to provide lions for South Africa's hunting industry and also the lion blood and bone industry.
In order to provide a constant supply of living targets, the hunting industry has had to turn to captive breeding.
Lions living in the wild are rare now, and not many countries allow them to be shot. To shoot one costs upward of $100,000 and entails a trip to somewhere like Tanzania.
It's much cheaper to fly out to South Africa and have a lion ready-made to be shot.
Shooting a lion bred in captivity costs around $50,000, and it's anything but a fair contest. Typically, the lion is released into a small area, and being accustomed to humans makes it an easy target.
The target animal is unfairly restrained from escaping the hunter, either by physical constraints such as fencing, or by mental constraints such as being habituated and bottle-fed and raised by humans.
Shooting captive lions is called canned hunting. It's legal in South Africa. It generates a lot of money, and it relies on the existence of the lion farms.
I feel that that is unethical. It is something that is cruel. I think the lions do know and realize it, and they have feelings as well. And I'm totally against it from a personal point of view, and I feel there's no need for it, and I feel that the revenue generated for something like that is not nearly enough to justify what actually happens with these animals. I've seen enough to be totally against it.
Fiona's sexual abnormalities are no doubt a result of lion breeding for the canned hunting industry. So operating on her is one way for Dr. Caldwell to express his opposition to those practices. Genetic issues aside, Fiona also has a large tumor on one of her nipples that needs urgent attention. This could be a long and potentially dangerous operation.
Most likely a melanoma. That's a highly malignant tumor, but it could just be granulation tissue as well from lying on the stomach and it rubbing, and chronic irritation can cause melanomas and basal cell carcinomas and all sorts of types of cancer, or neoplastic type of cancer.
What does the tumor mean for Fiona? That's next on Wild Animal Rescue. At Lionsrock, Dr. Peter Caldwell is performing surgery on Fiona. She has a serious cancerous tumor which has to be removed. But first, he wants to investigate her sexual organs. She's an hermaphrodite, meaning she has the sex organs of both female and male lions.
There is a male organ in there.
Dr. Caldwell intends to spay Fiona, which entails removing her uterus and other sexual organs.
I'm tying off the uterus and the ovary. Everything's not where it should be.
It turns out the spaying is the easy part of the surgery. As he explores further inside Fiona's abdomen, he discovers a network of blood vessels where there shouldn't be any.
So this is a situation here.
Tracking exactly where the blood vessels go requires a much larger incision than normally happens for a spay.
Initially I didn't make it wide enough, that's why I didn't see that blood vessel supplying this growth here. And it was branching off. It was branching off the blood vessel that goes to the uterus, which is most unusual. It's actually the first time I've seen that.
The blood vessel is connected to the nipple that has become a tumor. Normally, a spay would take around half an hour, but Fiona has now been in surgery for almost 2 hours.
She's not relaxed enough, eh?
Throughout the operation, Nurse Angelique manages the anesthesia. It's a constant balancing act, making sure Fiona is relaxed, but not so deeply sedated that her vital functions slow down too much.
She's breathing a bit faster, yeah. I'm not unhappy with it. We're still all right, I think.
Dr. Caldwell has managed to isolate and tie off the problem blood vessels. Simply removing the tumor, but not the blood vessels, would have increased the chance of new cancers growing.
We explored the whole abdomen and found 2 branching blood vessels on either side to this growth here that I'm going to remove now. So the surgery is not done yet.
Dr. Caldwell uses a cauterizing tool to cut around the tumour.
I tend to like to use this especially if there's cancer involved, because you don't want any excessive bleeding and spread of the cancer. The recovery time is going to be a lot longer. She's going to sleep a while.
It's been a big operation. Fiona remains an unusual lion, but everything has been done to give her the chance of living a longer and healthier life.
If this was anyone else or any other facility, they would have opted for euthanasia. Most people don't want to spend money on things that don't look like lions.
This amount of care and work is typical of what happens at Lionsrock, attempting to right some of the wrongs these animals have endured. On the other side of the world, the Four Paws team is busy preparing Lionsrock's next arrivals. 5 lions from the failed zoo in the Romanian city of Baia Mare. 12-year-old Tahon is the next to be sedated and examined.
So the general condition of him is a little bit better than the first one. The claws are okay. We have a look on the teeth. He was a little bit fat in the past. He lost a little bit of weight, but the skin is still there.
And what we can do?
Surgery.
Aesthetic.
Now I guess if he gets some exercise, really good diet, then he will improve.
Tahon is one of the lucky ones. Many of the animals rescued by Four Paws suffer from long-term medical complaints caused by the conditions they were kept in. With a proper diet and the space to roam at Lionsrock, Tahon should return to good health within a few months. To coincide with the rescue and promote awareness around the plight of lions in captivity, Four Paws is putting on a street theatre performance in the centre of Baia Mare.
We gather here today to say goodbye to the 5 lions. So they will go to Africa, where they belong for real. And we try to emphasize this in order to show to the people the life in cage of this animal.
Sadly, Romania is a hotspot for animals being kept in inhumane conditions. Over 1/3 of the big cats at Lionsrock come from this country.
They don't know how the grass smells. They don't know how to walk on the ground because they were staying on the concrete cages, and they don't know how the African sky looks like. They don't know how to hunt. They don't know how to be a real lion.
Four Paws stages events like this to change the way people think about animals in captivity. If they can get the public on board, then they have a better chance of persuading local politicians to tighten the laws around animals in zoos and circuses. The ultimate aim is for Four Paws to not have to step in and rescue Romanian animals. Next, the Baia Mare lions finally depart their cramped cages and concrete floors for the grass and open spaces of Africa. In the town of Baia Mare in Romania, 5 lions are being prepared for transport to Lionsrock Sanctuary in South Africa. Lydia, the female with an eye injury, is next to be anesthetized. She's one of the 3 older lions. They grew up in the Romanian state circus and spent 15 years in captivity.
Let's look on the eyes. So the lens is loose and there's fibrin inside.
If you shake it, what happens? It actually moves.
It moves, yeah. So the cornea is not clear anymore, so the vision is not very good. She hardly can see on the side.
There's no evidence of physical damage to the surface of the eye, so Dr. Goeritz suspects it could be related to her environment and living conditions.
It doesn't look like a trauma from outside, because the cornea is not too bad, but it could be a stump trauma, jumping, whatever, or it could be also related to alimentation. So we have to check the blood for diabetes and all this stuff.
Dr. Goeritz can't treat the eye any further here, but the team will arrange for Lydia to have surgery at Lionsrock once they receive the blood results and have identified what the problem is.
Can you check the thyroid parameters and check for diabetes?
Lydia and the two younger males are in their crates and loaded into the transport van. Just the parents, Patrika and Lavinia, remain. Aged around 15 years, they're not excessively old for captive lions. However, their hard lives in Romania, especially in recent years, means they're not in good health.
So this guy needs a longer infusion.
Patrika looks very thin and weak. The small budget keeper Dr. Miklaus had for food resulted in the lions being fed offal and cheap cuts of meat.
Most likely he got severe kidney problems already. So we really have to do severe blood check then.
Kidney problems are common in captive big cats that haven't received proper nourishment or exercise.
And also they have he's got a little bit of ulcer here already. Ulcer is a sign that the urea is increased, and urea does increase when the kidneys doesn't work properly. But the blood work will tell us more.
Last to be treated is the mother lion, Lavinia. Her teeth are in a terrible state.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she need major work. This most likely has to be removed, the right upper one, and this need root canal work. So both root canals are open, all three actually, but this has to be removed.
Lavinia's fractured teeth and exposed roots are most certainly causing her pain. She will need extensive dental treatment once she's settled in at Lionsrock. All of the lions are now loaded into their transport crates. Ahead of them lies a very long trip, 1,500 kilometers by road to Frankfurt Airport in Germany, followed by a 10-hour flight to South Africa. All up, they'll spend over 30 hours in transit. Their water will be regularly topped up on the journey.
So we are finished earlier than we suspect, so everything went smooth. That's a good thing. No excitement, everything went smooth, that's good.
Dr. Miklaus won't be traveling with the lions. He's afraid of flying, so this is the final goodbye. They've been a big part of his life for the last 13 years. 11 spent looking after them at the zoo, and then another 2 on his own here at the makeshift premises. It's a bittersweet moment, knowing he won't see his friends again, but able to feel satisfied that they will spend the rest of their lives in relative comfort. Dr. Miklaus's work with lions is finally over. The Biomare lions aren't the only Romanian big cats to make the long trip to the Four Paws Sanctuary in South Africa. Veterinarian Dr. Peter Caldwell has a number of tigers on his patient list that also come from Romania. This adult female is called Lena.
Check that lower canine, that side, and this side as well. The bottom 2 canines for sure, hey? Now this is going to be long. It's going to be 3 hours. When we got to her, I evaluated her. We definitely know that she needed potentially 2 root canals. She looked quite good, and I put a dart in a cocktail of drugs that I normally use. Very conservative on the dosages and so on, because she's a smaller tiger.
Lena's dental problems arise from an upbringing very similar to the Biomare lions, if not worse. She was one of 10 big cats at the Ornești Zoo in Romania, which was shut down in 2007 when it failed to meet European Union standards. With nowhere else to go, the animals spent another 6 long years locked away, with no improvement in living conditions.
Die Tiere werden vom Zoo finanziell unterstützt oder ja, auch gepflegt von den Pflegern. Aber man sieht, dass in den letzten Jahren einfach kein Geld da reingesteckt worden ist. Man muss sich einfach die Großkatzen, die Raubkatzen anschauen. Denen geht es unter diesen Bedingungen sehr schlecht und ich fühle total mit.
When Four Paws was alerted to the plight of Lena and the other cats, they began planning a rescue. Finally, in 2013, all 10 animals made the long trip to a new life at Lionsrock. Now that Lena has settled into her new home, it's time to fix some of the more serious health problems resulting from her previous life.
She went down really nice, she fell asleep well, her breathing was really good. It took about 6 minutes for her to fall asleep, which is on average normally how long it takes. Although I did get an impression that she fell asleep a little bit quicker than what it was normal.
Tigers are the most dangerous of the big cats to work with, so Peter takes extra care when entering the enclosure. But as he gets close to Lena, he quickly notices that she's not responding well to the anesthetic.
Yeah, let's get on this. She's good. There you go. I don't like this.
She's thirsty.
Yeah, she initially just stopped breathing and we ensured that she had a good airway, and then we started giving her respiratory stimulants intravenously, and then she went into cardiac arrest and her heart had stopped.
Can I do compressions?
Yeah, you can do compressions.
Next, can the medical team save Lena? And the Bayamare lions finally arrive in South Africa. Lena the tiger has reacted badly to anesthesia and has gone into cardiac arrest.
And you haven't like this, eh?
Dr. Caldwell and Nurse Angelique are desperately trying to keep her alive.
Can I do compressions?
Yeah, you can do compressions. Angelique started CPR and I started implementing chemical CPR where I injected adrenaline intravenously to get the heart to start functioning. And then I injected other drugs to stimulate breathing. I immediately gave the reversal of the sedative. We got her breathing, we got her heart back, and it was probably about 4 or 5 minutes when she started blinking and started showing us nice response.
This is potentially a very dangerous situation for Dr. Caldwell. He must get Lena into a stable condition without being mauled in the process.
When last was this tiger immobilized?
Before she came, we didn't do her centuries here.
We need to do some blood work on her and see what's going on there. If you dart her with Zolota on her own, she's going to die, because there's no reversal there.
It's not unusual for tigers to experience cardiovascular complications while anesthetized. But this does mean Lena's dental procedures will have to wait.
Yeah, so we're going to give her at least 6 months to recover from this before we try anything like that. She'll probably be a bit stiff and sore for the next 2-3 days, but I do suspect that she will be fine, but we need to find out what the cause is. Unfortunately, we weren't able to take any blood or do any clinical evaluation, so we have to re-evaluate the drugs that we're going to use to immobilize her next time. So we probably have to use a different drug combination.
Lena was fortunate to have such an experienced team taking care of her. Her dental appointment would be rescheduled once blood samples have been taken and Dr. Caldwell is satisfied it's safe to anesthetize her again. After nearly 2 days traveling, the Bayamare lions have finally touched down in Johannesburg, South Africa.
Honestly, I was very, very stressed about their condition because they were really in very bad shape. And you know, all the transports and all these kind of activities are very stressful for them. And you never know if they make it.
The final leg of their journey is a 3-hour drive to Lionsrock. Most of the 90-odd big cats already at Lionsrock have made a similar trip, having been rescued from a European country. They're curious about the new arrivals. A strange landscape, unfamiliar people. It's a totally alien environment. So it's no surprise Lydia is slow to leave the security of her travel crate. Today, the lions are being released into an adaptation enclosure. At 5,000 square meters, it dwarfs their former home. Once they're acclimatized, they will move into permanent enclosures with even more space to roam in.
I would say mission accomplished. It was very touching to see how every single animal reacted when the crate was open and they were confronted with their new life, with the grass, with the freedom of, you know, open sky, the other lions that are around and they are looking curious at them, the sound of the other lions, and also the huge information that comes with such a place. I think we are not understanding 100% how much it's changing in an animal when from concrete, from a box, suddenly grass. First time after 15 years of your life.
So often, wild animals are the casualties of our human existence. Killed for profit. Their habitats under threat. Made to live in cramped spaces, poorly fed, destined to live out their lives in misery unless someone takes action. Wild Animal Rescue follows the people from the international animal welfare charity 4 Paws as they go on daring and sometimes dangerous rescue missions to give animals a better life. In this episode, 4 Paws returns to Gaza, where animals at a struggling zoo are in desperate need of aid.
Atmosphere is bad, people are frustrated, there is no more worker.
Decrepit facilities make for hazardous conditions for both animals and rescuers. And tensions in the region put the mission in jeopardy.
There is problems here in Gaza to 30 places shuttle.
Khan Yunis Zoo in the southern Gaza Strip was called the worst zoo in the world. In 2015, it made international headlines for displaying the stuffed carcasses of animals that died of starvation and neglect at the zoo during military conflict in 2008. The zoo had fallen into disrepair, but some animals still survived there, despite appalling conditions and the ever-present threat of war. In mid-2015, 4 Paws sent emergency response teams. Led by veterinarian Dr. Amir Khalil, they provided food, water and medical care for the animals of Khan Yunis. Now Dr. Khalil is back with a bigger team and a much bigger objective.
The zoo is in very bad condition, the animal is in very bad condition, and I hope during this visit we'll find with the owner a long-term solution that 4 Paws is able to take responsibility and to find a safe place for this animal.
Dr. Khalil arrives in Gaza late at night and heads straight to Khan Yunis. It's 4 months since he was last here, so he wants to see the state of the animals and to talk with the owner who first started the zoo in 2007.
وإني أنا سويت إشي إني أفرح ابن الشعب الفلسطيني. سويت إشي ما كانش موجود في قطاع غزة إطلاقاً ولا واحد فكر فيه.
Ziad Awida is a businessman with no previous experience in running a zoo or caring for animals on this scale.
كل يوم 100 باص. كل يوم. كان يوم الخميس يبقى عندي 100 باص. ال100 باص كل باص فيه ما يقل عن من 50 ل 70 طفل. يجوا كانت الحديقة تستوعبهم. كنا نعمل يعني حاجات للأولاد حاجات غريبة جدا. نيجي نلعب بالنمر ونخلي الولد يلعب بالنمر.
In 2014, war in the region again prevented the zoo staff from coming to work, and more animals died from neglect. As animal numbers waned, so did the visitors, to the point where there was no money to pay workers or even feed the animals. And now, it sounds like the zoo and the animals are no longer a priority for Ziad.
أنا إلي سنة ونص ما دخلت الشيء. سنة ونص عشانك أجي. لأن كل ما باجي هنا بروح على المستشفى. لأن أنا تعبت في المشروع هذا. تعبت تعب مظبوط. مش يعني أنا ربيت الحيوانات زي ما ربيت أولادي. لكن يا للأسف.
Owner is like a businessman. He have a lot of loss of the animal, a lot of loss of business. It's not running, no more visitor, so under huge pressure.
But the situation here can no longer be ignored. There were 44 animals when Four Paws first inspected the zoo in 2014.
Some of the birds are stolen, some animals die during the winter, some animal might be sold to other places.
Now, there are only 15 animals left. Come daylight, and it's plain to see the sad state of the zoo and the amusement park next door. People used to come here from all over the Gaza Strip, but those days are long gone. The zoo closed its doors to the general public 7 months ago, and with no takings, there's no money for electricity, food, or water. The fate of the animals rests with Dr. Khalil and his team.
We just try to make a plan now. At first I have to seek the place where we could work and move. I think this place with shadow, it's good to examine the animal here. One team will make assessment for the security, like to check really the cages, to make how the zoo look like, what is the map, the cages situation, exact number of animals, species of animals.
The 15 remaining animals consist of Laziz, a 9-year-old Bengal tiger, a single pelican, 2 porcupines, an emu, 2 buzzards, 2 tortoises, a deer, and 5 monkeys. For most of the last year, Four Paws has paid the cost of feeding and caring for these animals in anticipation of the day when they could move them to a better place. But many of them are not in good health. The owner has reported that a female vervet monkey has been coughing, so Dr. Khalil is going to check her out.
Robert, hast du ein kleines Apfelstück?
The cages keep the animals contained and offer shelter, but the concrete floors and metal surfaces will be hot in summer and cold in winter.
It's less space, there is no ropes to climb, no enrichment, no hidden plates, he cannot hide.
Besides the coughing, there's another reason Dr. Khalil wants to check out this monkey.
This is a female, 3 years old. According to the owner, it's pregnant, but we will see now if she is pregnant. It's pregnant.
Dr. Khalil also notices the ends are missing on a couple of her fingers.
I think because of the cages, the wires are tied by not maybe the best way. They deserve a better place, my opinion. And I hope we will be able in the coming days to improve the condition or to find a long-term solution.
But will the zoo owner agree to the long-term solution Dr. Khalil is proposing? A FOUR PAWS emergency response team has come to the Gaza Strip. Led by Dr. Amir Khalil, their aim is to rescue 15 animals from what has been called the worst zoo in the world, Khan Yunis.
Animal dies, the same dead animal are the same. Nothing change. It's more bad. And if we come next year, even we will help, it will be no more animal.
While Dr. Khalil negotiates with the zoo owner, the rest of the team head to the local market to stock up on supplies.
Our main task now is to find food for the animals, that's meat, that's also vegetables and everything, so that we can feed all the animals individually.
Elizabeth is hoping Dr. Khalil can persuade the zoo owner to close the zoo and let them take the animals out of Gaza.
Last night there were long negotiations. Now they are talking about logistics, documents. I'm hoping and I'm very optimistic.
Until a deal is reached, the team must ensure the animals not only survive, but are healthy. That will increase the chances of a successful move, if it goes ahead.
We fed them yesterday, but as you can see, they're still very hungry, very motivated.
The same cannot be said of the few people still working at the zoo.
Motivation is down, atmosphere is bad, people are frustrated, there is no more worker, only it is a family. Father don't come here.
So this one is for the deer. Okay.
The zoo is managed by the owner's son, Muhammad Awida. At 25, he spent all of his adult life working here.
كنت كل يوم أجي أنا الصبح يعني أطعم هذه الحيوانات وأشربها واللي كان بده علاج كنا ننقذه وكنا يعني ننظف عند الحيوانات تستقبل الزوار أورجي الزوار إيش في كان إيش في عندنا مثلا حيوانات لأنه مثلا أورجي مثلا يطلبوا مني إنه مثلا وقت الشيء أنا بينه وولد قديش عمره كذا إيش بياكل إيش كل هذا كله كنت أفهمه للناس.
Laziz, the Bengal tiger, was the zoo's star attraction. Sadly, he had a sister who died during the conflict in 2014.
معظم جبنا النمر 4 كيلو، اليوم عند النمر بيزا 130 كيلو، كنا نوفرهم كل الإمكانيات على أساس إنه يعيشوا في راحة، لكن الظروف حكمت إنه إحنا في هالوقت هذا.
Like most of the animals at the zoo, Laziz was smuggled into the country through tunnels running underneath Gaza's border with Egypt. The tunnels are also used to smuggle weapons into the strip, making them a target for the Egyptian and Israeli military. This makes the importation of animals an extremely dangerous and expensive task. There are 6 zoos in Gaza, and Khan Yunis isn't the only one where animals have suffered extreme hardship. Rafah Zoo was severely damaged during the 2014 war, and many of its animals died. And the nearby Mara Land Zoo made headlines by painting stripes on donkeys to replace 2 zebras that had died from starvation during conflict. But Khan Yunis has the unusual distinction of still continuing to exhibit its animals even after they had died. Not wanting to totally write off the money he'd spent importing them, the owner embalmed 50 animals himself by following online tutorials, including Laziz's sister. Unfortunately, Dr. Khalil's negotiations with Ziad aren't going well.
He was looking for a financial support to help his family, and we can never come together. We are not able to come to common agreement.
Dr. Khalil's #1 priority is getting the animals into better living conditions.
Best scenario, take the animal out. Second scenario, we will give some support, but not forever.
FOUR PAWS has provided that support for the last 12 months. but they've not seen enough of a commitment from the owner for it to continue.
We have to give a lesson also to the people. It's not the way if you are not able to solve your problem, the help will come from outside. You have to start yourself. If you love your animal, care for them.
With it being Ramadan, all business must be conducted at night. So on the second evening since arriving in Gaza, Dr. Khalil meets the owner and his sons in one last-ditch attempt to reach an agreement.
Luckily and surprisingly, after long discussion, we agreed that the zoo owner will hand over from tomorrow the animal to FOUR PAWS, and together within the coming period to find long-term solution for this animal.
Stage one of their mission is accomplished. They've secured the owner's permission to take the animals. Next, the team will return to FOUR PAWS headquarters in Vienna to plan the complicated task of transporting the animals out of the Gaza Strip. They'll need to find species-appropriate homes for all 15 animals and acquire permits to move them across international borders. And being a charity, they'll also need to raise the funds to make all of this possible. All of this planning could take several months, so Dr. Khalil's team are trying to improve the living conditions for the animals before they leave.
What we are trying to do now, just to see in the next days what should be done. Like there is water problems, like we would like to buy maybe 1,000-liter tank of water or 2,000-liter water tank.
They're also assessing whether each animal is in the best possible enclosure.
Like the pelican was here, it's very narrow. So if he tried to fly, he wounded himself.
Many of the enclosures at Khan Yunis are so small, they'd be considered illegal in other parts of the world. But with plenty of cages now empty, the animals can be moved into more generous spaces.
We will clean out another big enclosure for the turtles.
For the turtles?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I have to clean it up because it's some wood in there and stuff like that. Then we will move the turtles there. This will be no big challenge because someone will take them and move them.
That will be the easiest move of the day. With their incredibly sharp spines, the porcupines are more of a challenge.
I don't know yet. I don't prefer today to dart any animal, or in fact with something to cover him and to carry him. But it's difficult animal. It's a very quick animal.
It's important that the female deer isn't stressed, so she won't be moved out of the enclosure she's in.
She's pregnant and she will get baby soon. Maybe tomorrow, after tomorrow.
It's likely the team will have departed by the time she gives birth, so she'll be taken care of by local vets. But Dr. Khalil does give her some booster shots before they leave.
This is multivitamins.
The team have one last task before they leave Gaza, and it's not a pleasant one. Removing the carcasses and bones of the dead animals closes one chapter in the history of this zoo.
كانت الراحة الإمكانيات لكن رغم هيك إنه أنا مبسوط قدمتها اليوم للمؤسسة.
And when the living animals are finally taken away, Khan Yunis Zoo will come to an end.
تستمر الحياة تاخذ حياتها. أنا بالنسبة لي أنا ماليش مفر غير إنه أنا يعني ما هي شغلانتي الوحيدة إنه أنا يعني بحب الحيوانات ومدموج مع الحيوانات. لكن رغم هيك يعني قاسة يعني حاشتغل بشغلانتي أنا من أجل إنه أنا تعيش الحيوانات إنه تبقى مبسوط الحياة وتعيش في حياة كريمة زي ما أنا بتمنى، لأنه أنا هذه أمنيتي.
Next, the rescue team swings into action. Two months later, and after much planning and coordination, the Four Paws rescue team arrives in Tel Aviv, Israel. Including Dr. Khalil, there are 12 team members assembled from all over the world.
So we are back in Gaza. We are not yet in Gaza. We are back in Israel. And the main mission is to evacuate all the animals from Khan Yunis and to close this capital of Khan Yunis forever. After all of us get the passport, we will go through here with all our luggage. After this, we will come to a special corridor.
As mission leader, Dr. Khalil is anticipating that he will have his hands full dealing with negotiations and security for the team. So he's brought in two veterinary experts.
From the animal point of view, things should not be a problem. But I think the most difficult part will be actually the transport and all the, the passing through.
First thing we have to do there is to get an overview and how we proceed, because we are working with tiger, for example. It's always dangerous, so safety first.
Expect the unexpected. This is the type of the missions. Expect the unexpected.
While he's preparing the team for the unknown, Dr. Khalil hopes to complete the mission in 3 days. Tomorrow, they'll inspect the animals and plan the transport. The day after, they sedate and pack all of the animals. And early on day 3, they're due back at the border. En route to Khan Yunis, the team receive an update on the state of the animals. And for some of them, it's not good.
One animal died, a very young deer died because of the inappropriate fencing. It got injured, and then the second bad news was that 2 porcupines vanished. We are trying to find out now what happened. It's not a very comfortable situation because either they've been killed or they've been traded or whatever. For sure, they are not in a better place. So what we try to find out is where they are, if they are still alive, and to integrate them back into the group and to rescue them as it was planned.
It's not a good start. The team are now nervous about what other surprises await them at Khan Yunis. On their first walkthrough, their worst fears are put to rest. The work the team put in before leaving last time has paid off. All the animals appear to be in good health. Dr. Guritz is especially interested to see Laziz the tiger because he has the longest journey ahead, traveling all the way to South Africa.
The animal itself doesn't look that bad. He is bigger than I thought, or I got the information. So he's a little bit excited. You see he's running around, but his general condition is not so bad. But the enclosure, it's far away from ideal to load an animal, so we have to think about how we proceed.
Normally, dangerous animals are sedated, but tigers don't respond well to anesthesia. Tranquilizing Laziz twice would increase the risk, so the plan is to give him one shot at a veterinary clinic in Israel, just before he flies to South Africa. The immediate problem facing the team is how to move a large, unpredictable tiger into a transport crate.
If the tiger is close here, it will be easy to put the other cage there or whatever here to cut with some stress, but this is the only way.
The cage has a narrow entranceway and the crate could be placed at one end. Then it's just a matter of luring or persuading Laziz to go in.
It has to be quite fast, otherwise the tiger's freaking out here. And then we have to make sure that everybody is working in this area is safe.
But getting Laziz into his crate isn't the only puzzle. The zoo owner's son has an implausible explanation for the disappearance of the 2 porcupines.
هو اسمع ان فتح له مجال كبير الصراحه يعني فتح له مجال كبير خرج يعني خرج.
طب هو لو هرب مش ممكن يبقى في الحته دي، مش ممكن حد يلاقيه؟
والله العلي العظيم من الساعه 6 يمكن يا دكتور لحد الأربعة على المساء وأنا بدور عليه. مرش أبلغ ولا شرطة ولا أبلغ إيش عشان إيش ما يبهدلوناش كيف أنت مش مأمن على حيوانات قلت لا خليه.
The vets find it hard to believe that 2 porcupines came out through this hole.
If any animal will escape, all those bars will have a lot of hairs around. So normally this is somebody takes it.
If an animal escape, it will be totally by different way. At first, you will see the signs of the animal. Animal cannot pass from here. Number 2, it's somebody make it from outside. It's not from inside. But we don't know. We will see. I mean, this is just what we see now.
All Dr. Khalil's team can do is focus on the remaining animals. Having completed their initial assessments, they leave to prepare for tomorrow when all the animals go into their transport crates. Dr. Khalil warned the team to expect the unexpected, and sure enough, on their way back to the hotel, they pass large plumes of smoke. Tensions have flared up between Palestine and Israel, with strikes from both sides. It's the last thing Dr. Khalil needs at such a critical time in the mission.
There is problems here in Gaza. To 30 places shot it. So if you are in any place and one rocket comes to your place, who's responsible? I am responsible. My mission to bring you here at first and take you out before the animal. This is my mission and my job. At the moment, we cannot hide. We have problems. Not only the rockets, not only the border, not only whatever.
At this stage, the mission goes ahead, but the threat of military conflict brings their deadline forward.
Due to the current situation, we come to the decision we have to leave the zoo by tomorrow before the evening. Airstrike could happen again during the evening there, and then we are totally out from
We are too far from anything.
everything. Take the animal, the team come to a secure place.
With problems mounting, the team finally receives some good news from the zoo.
We get a call from the owner. The tiger is now, they put the green cage and this, and the tiger between the green cage and the other cage. And he's waiting instruction from us how we should follow. So we have now a rough plan. We have to buy some equipment, some tools. The vets have to repair their equipment, their medicine. I think also we have meetings still with the owner, with the lawyers. And after tomorrow early morning, we have to be at the border. That's it.
Dr. Khalil and Dr. Guritz head back to Khan Yunis, fully expecting to face the challenge of getting Laziz into his crate. But Mohammed has a surprise.
We discussed what we can do, and the owner said he can try really to bring the tiger into the cage without any stress. And we gave it a chance and said, okay, we get time until 4 o'clock p.m. and if the tiger is in, then we are more than happy. And when we came here, the tiger was in without stress. And now, as you can see, in comparison with the morning when we were here first time, he was showing signs of stress. Right now, I have the feeling that he is happy about having a hiding place, a shelter.
It's at least 36 hours before the animals will leave Gaza. And while it's not ideal for Laziz to spend so long in the crate, it has removed the risk that goes with sedating him twice.
Right now, I'm really, really relieved that we don't have to do 2 anesthesias in a short period. Now we managed even to get water into the cage, and when we make sure that he get enough ventilation, I'm pretty sure that he's feeling very comfortable and very stressless.
Next, the disappearing porcupines miraculously reappear. It's day 2 of the rescue mission in Gaza, and likely to be a long one, with the FOUR PAWS team planning to remove 13 animals from Khan Yunis Zoo. On the way to the zoo, they receive some exciting news.
We got the good news that the porcupines have returned to the base. Well, we don't know how this happened, but, good news you don't question, so let them be.
So now they're back to the original plan of moving 15 animals into transport crates and onto trucks. Dr. Khalil is insisting they meet the deadline of nightfall that he imposed the previous day after becoming aware of the threat of airstrikes.
We plan to take 15 animals today, and I hope today by 17 p.m. We will take all the animal and we will wait in Gaza because it will be very risky to stay here during the night.
The zoo is in an exposed area on the outskirts of Gaza, so they'll park the trucks carrying the animals outside their hotel.
The team can have few hours to sleep. We can exchange shift to check the animal, give some water, some food, and it's easy. Here it will be very difficult to do this logistic.
The medical team set up a makeshift clinic in a shady area of the zoo. With the temperature already pushing 40 degrees Celsius, there's an increased risk for the animals.
Wir machen hier Narkosen und bei narkotisierten Tieren ist es immer ein Problem, weil die Thermoregulation nicht gut funktioniert unter Narkose. Also die Gefahr, dass die überhitzen. Darum werden wir hier möglichst schnell versuchen, bevor die Mittagshitze kommt, so viele Tiere wie möglich zu immobilisieren.
Catching the animals quickly without causing stress will help to keep their body temperature down. However, Dr. Rosso is feeling a little anxious about capturing the 5 monkeys.
I had a bad experience, which was a little bit traumatic for me. Always say that they are three-dimensional. They can go like up, down, left, right, you know, and even if they are small, they can bite you.
2 vervet monkeys share the same cage, so the vets have the challenging task of tranquilizing both at the same time. Even Dr. Goeritz, with all his experience, struggles to dart these fast and elusive creatures.
Most likely not, huh?
Despite Dr. Rossu's trepidations, it requires a more hands-on approach to catch the second vervet monkey. After being hard to dart, the vervet monkeys are now fully sedated. The female is pregnant, and Dr. Goeritz is checking her out with an ultrasound scanner.
She's quite advanced already. So that's the reason why we should try to keep the procedure as short as possible now. So we should hurry up a little bit with her. This is a heartbeat. The frequency of the fetal heart is almost double as of the mother. But everything is fine. The heartbeat, fetal heartbeat is fine.
The tiger, Laziz, has been in his crate for over 12 hours, and with the temperature climbing, there's the risk of him getting very hot. The team place chunks of ice on top of his crate and use a fan to circulate the air. Just before he's loaded onto the truck, he'll be given a light sedative in his drinking water to keep him calm. All of the monkeys have been captured, examined, and treated where necessary. Next is the deer.
We know that the deer is limping, the deer is injured. We don't know how that happens and when it happens, but we also know that the deer had a baby. Unfortunately, the baby died a few days ago. So, and now we are going to do a proper examination, maybe a treatment, and then we'll see.
It's pretty much a normal injury in the fence or something like that. It's like a traumatism, like a trauma.
Sorry.
It's quite deep, and fortunately it might need a couple of bandages until it closes properly.
Do you have more of these bags? Yeah, yeah. We cannot suture it because it's infected. So when if you suture it up, then it will blow up. So we really have to clean it, and then it has to heal from inside. In the meantime, we have to treat the symptoms, painkillers, antibiotics.
Next up, the escapee porcupines. Wherever they went, it doesn't appear to have affected their health.
I don't know honestly what happened exactly. They were disappeared. We put no compromises condition. We have to find them. They have to work hard. And luckily today we find the animal again. So we are not interested in what happened. We have them now.
The team pushes on. It's now 4:30 in the afternoon, and with only 3 hours of daylight left, there are still a number of animals to be examined and put into crates. Wherever possible, animals are not tranquilized. The emu is an exception. He is sedated, again using a blowgun.
We don't knock him out totally, but we will calm him down a little bit. They have really 3 claws on each leg and they are quite dangerous. There's no reason at the end of the day, after all these procedures, that we risk anything. So, and even for the transport, then he is a little bit calmed down. So. Be careful with the legs. Both legs together. Take both.
Even after having the sedative, the emu is still a handful, requiring several men to get it into the crate. That was the last animal. The light is starting to fade, and they still have to get all the crates loaded onto the truck. Fourteen of the animals will have a relatively short journey ahead. They're heading for sanctuaries in Israel and Jordan. But Laziz the tiger will take a much longer route.
Now is the final big milestone of the day, and that's loading Laziz. The crate is amazing heavy, around 400 kilos. We have to carry this for about 300 meters.
Laziz, the last tiger in Gaza, will be loaded onto a plane tomorrow morning and will fly 6,700 kilometers away. He will then be transported to Lionsrock, a Four Paws big cat sanctuary. The truck may be loaded, but the work isn't finished. Team members will take shifts through the night, providing water and caring for the animals in their crates. It will be their last night in Gaza, with the promise of a new life about to begin. Next, how will Laziz respond to a totally foreign landscape? The Four Paws team has only had a few hours sleep, but are up before dawn. A quick inspection of the crates follows, and then they're off. With virtually no street traffic, they make good time getting to the Palestinian border with Israel.
All the animals seem to be fine. What I would like to do is just give them some water, and maybe for the monkeys, because they were forced in the crates, give them some food.
Sorry.
The truck isn't allowed beyond the border. They park in a secure area and the animals are unloaded. They're then lifted onto a new truck that will take them into Israel. With temperatures reaching nearly 50 degrees Celsius, it's exhausting for the team and for the animals inside their travel crates. Inside Israel, the first stop is for Laziz the tiger. He's tranquilized and then given a thorough medical check. This is necessary for export permits to be issued. It's also an opportunity to see if there are any health problems that will need further attention once he gets to the Lionsrock sanctuary.
What I saw already is that there's dental work needed. Otherwise, there is a skin lesion, so we have to take samples. It's maybe a yeast infection or whatever. But otherwise, he is in good shape. He's a little bit overweight. He needs exercise.
Laziz will be getting lots of exercise when he arrives in his new home in South Africa's Free State. Meanwhile, the monkeys have been delivered to their new home, the Israeli Primate Sanctuary.
So I think we should take these monkeys out.
Yeah.
They've been inside for a very long time.
The sanctuary was founded 20 years ago and now houses over 1,200 primates. Many came from a farm that bred monkeys for laboratory testing.
This is the kind of area we are preparing for them already in the other side of our sanctuary.
Coming from cages of concrete and steel, the Khan Yunis monkeys have never experienced trees and greenery before. So they'll be given a few days to settle in before being released into the main enclosure.
It's great that they have so many places to hide.
Exactly, and that's really the most important. Even places where the monkeys ruined their trees, we've made them places to hide. So if they don't want to be in front of people or in front of another monkey, it's also important.
It's only been 3 days, but the team has become quite attached to the macaque monkey.
I just can't wait for him to be released. And I really look forward to hearing from you the good news once it's going to happen.
We'll send you the pictures.
Oh, thank you very much.
Then it's back on the road for the final stage of this rescue mission. The remaining animals are brought to a rescue center in Amman, Jordan. Arriving late at night, the crates are carried to the enclosures and the animals released. It's not until the following morning that the team gets to see whether all their efforts have paid off.
The hard thing for me is always to see when the animals get packed. They are, of course, under a lot of pressure because they don't know what's going on. Seeing them here now, it's really nice because they are really relaxed and they are going to adapt and they are in the shade and they are good. So, mission complete.
We are very tired, but we're very glad to see the animal have shadow, have food, have enrichment, and this is still phase 1, which is, I would call it as preparation.
This facility is a rehabilitation center. Eventually, the animals will be relocated to other sanctuaries, where they will live out the rest of their lives. Laziz arrives later on the same day at Lionsrock in South Africa.
We just open the crate and he can decide by himself when he wants to go out and if he wants to come out. So for us it's important that everyone here is just quiet and relaxed, no loud noises, no whatever he does. Just stay calm so that he feels welcomed and not scared to get out.
Laziz was taken to Gaza as a small cub 9 years ago. Since then, his home has been a cage 12 meters square with a concrete floor, exposed to the gaze of the public, living through starvation and the atrocities of war. This is a totally foreign environment, which is why he's being released into a smaller-sized adaptation enclosure first, 300 square meters. Once the staff are satisfied that he's eating properly and settled in, he'll go into a much larger space.
Hey, good boy. Super. I think he turned now. It's good.
Laziz is showing the effects of spending more than 30 hours in the crate.
Oh, poop. Oi, oi, oi. No, it was too long. Just sitting, lying.
When you accompany an animal through all this rescue and the transport and all the obstacles that we had in the last days, yeah, I'm refraining not to cry, but are the tears of joy. He was hesitating in the beginning, but now he's exploring, and it is amazing how he's discovering the first tree, the first real grass. I wish that the time of Laziz at Lionsrock is going to be long, happy, and that he will leave behind all his suffering, pains, frustrations, humiliations, all what was dark in his life so far.
So often, wild animals are the casualties of our human existence. Killed for profit. Their habitats under threat, made to live in cramped spaces, poorly fed. They're destined to live out their lives in misery unless someone takes action. Wild Animal Rescue follows the people from the international animal welfare charity 4 Paws as they go on daring and sometimes dangerous rescue missions to give animals a better life. In this episode, 4 Paws works with other organizations to find new homes for the animals they've rescued, including a new purpose-built sanctuary in Jordan.
And it's the first time ever that they have felt the natural earth under their paws.
And a rhino orphanage in South Africa facing the constant threat of poachers. But despite the risk and the difficulty of raising these endangered animals, they're managing to successfully return them to the wild.
I'm excited to see them be wild rhino finally.
Amman, the capital of Jordan. It's a big day for a number of animals that have been rescued by the international animal welfare organization 4 Paws, transported to Amman and temporarily housed in a transit center. 4 Paws are working with a local charity to create the Al Mawa Sanctuary, a new home for rescued animals, about an hour's drive from the city. Today, many of the animals will be moved from the transit camp to Al Mawa. While they're not going a huge distance, anesthetizing and then moving a large number of animals, including lions, tigers, and a bear, means it's not going to be easy.
We have 3 teams. We have the daunting teams under the leadership of Dr. Zain. We have the examination team up, which is with Dr. Frank and his team, and we have a transport or transfer team.
Many of these animals Dr. Khalil knows well, having coordinated and led the rescue missions that brought them here, like the 2 young lions, Max and Mona, originally rescued from Gaza, and now much bigger.
I believe they are very, very curious what's going on in the other place.
Despite it being only a temporary stop, the conditions here are considerably better than back in Gaza. The center was set up with financial assistance from the Princess Alia Foundation, following local concern about many animals being kept in substandard conditions.
We went to the very first meeting. The mayor said, well, there are these zoos that are very bad. Can you do something about those? Yes, of course, we'll try and do something about them. And we had no idea really how to start. And then after that, we heard that Dr. Amir was coming, looking for a regional solution for the illegal trafficking of wildlife. So literally within a couple of days, they transformed it into somewhere that could receive wild animals. Sort of a baptism of fire in a way. We're thrown in the deep end.
At first, Jordan was seen as a transit point.
This was like a transit station, and from here we moved the first animal from here to South Africa to Lionsrock.
But flying animals the 8,000 kilometers from Jordan to South Africa is expensive and risky.
Started the idea why every time when we rescue an animal to move it far away, many thousands of kilometers. And it came the idea that we have to realize a sanctuary which could help not only in Jordan, but help in all the Middle East.
With the first stage of the project now complete and ready to take in its first lot of animals, it's a historic day for Dr. Khalil and the 4 Paws team, and Mahdi, the director of the Al Mawa Sanctuary.
You know, this is our biggest move. This is the first time that something like this has been done, at least on the regional level. No one before moved that number of animals and those species. It's something that everyone should be proud of to be part of this.
Formalities over, they move off to look at the equipment that has been brought in for the move. Dr. Guritz, the chief vet on the 4 Paws team, wants access holes in the crates in case of emergencies.
Even we have to dart the animal inside for any reason, for not sedation, for giving, we need access with the dart gun.
Next, the team visit the animals that are going to be shifted. First, the big cats. The 2 tigers were rescued as cubs as they were smuggled across the Jordanian border. The 5 lions came from different places and had been introduced to each other to make a new pride. And Baloo, the brown bear, came from a zoo where he was very badly treated. The move couldn't come soon enough as there is a constant stream of new arrivals. And they're not only large animals like lions and tigers.
So those are our rabbit monkeys. Hey!
Many of these animals are casualties of illegal animal trafficking.
You know, Jordan is the corridor in between different countries. So this is why we are very prone to illegal trade and smugglings through the borders, I mean.
And all sorts of things keep arriving.
Iguana? A ranger just came and he has another set of confiscation. We have here green iguana.
We're the only rescue center in Jordan and probably in the whole region. It's like a must that we take all the animals that they call and say, please take it. Because otherwise the animal would die. They've got no option to take it anywhere else. So yeah, even when it comes to reptiles, we do take reptiles. Snakes, crocodiles.
Everyone has to pitch in, even Princess Alia herself.
3 small alligators that we had. And there was suddenly a phone call, it was the winter, and the electricity had gone off down at the centre. And of course they need a lot of warmth. I said, well, you better send them up, and we'll put them in the dining room because it's the hottest room in the house. And the next day there was someone formal who was supposed to entertain for lunch. Well, I can't have them in the dining room because it has alligators and snakes in there. Sorry, crocodiles. I thought this is a little bit bizarre.
The Four Paws team are on the road to the new sanctuary 40 kilometers north of Amman. Establishing the reserve required the support of local and international organizations and the Jordanian government, which helped build a new road to allow access to its hilly location.
And we have 4 enclosures down, this way. Okay, for the move for tomorrow.
A large forest was gifted to the Princess Alia Foundation and provides the perfect setting for the sanctuary. Eventually, it's hoped the new center will become an educational resource for locals and tourists. At the end of the day, the team debrief and go over the final plans for the morning.
More important is we work without any stress, really controlled. So we're focusing on doing the procedure well instead of doing as much animals as possible.
But a last-minute emergency means the day's not over. An injured fox has been brought into the center. It's still alive, but in a bad state. Highly experienced wildlife vet, Dr. Thomas Hildebrandt, conducts the examination.
A trauma, and we were looking for free blood inside the abdominal cavity. We're looking for the condition of the liver.
The ultrasound shows the abdominal organs of the fox are all okay, but there are other indications to suggest the fox is in a bad way.
That's very obvious. If you first, this eye region is swollen, and if we expose it, you see the sclera is very, very red. And the other, so if it could be also an infection, then the sclera gets also red. But if you check the other eye, it is absolutely normal. Something, an injury, could be a car, could be a bicycle, could, yeah, something.
These symptoms suggest bleeding in the skull. They decide to x-ray the fox. Sadly, this confirms the bleeding. Unfortunately, there's little they can do except to keep the fox sedated and hope it survives the night. Four Paws works with other organizations all over the world. The Fundum Velo Tula Tula Rhino Orphanage is a wildlife reserve in South Africa, founded by conservationist Lawrence Anthony, who was renowned for his work with elephants. He was called the Elephant Whisperer. He actually lived alongside them for a month every year, and he encouraged a herd of elephants to become established on land he had set aside for them. Lawrence passed away in 2012, but it appears he's not been forgotten by the animals he loved so much.
Since Lawrence's death, the elephants come to Lawrence Anthony's house. I witnessed this twice. They didn't come straight to the fence, but they came from the other side of the reserve, walking here and coming up, and then they just walk like that. But it's crazy to see. I mean, Lawrence was part of the herd. He literally lived for almost a month with them. So every year since the death of Lawrence, they come back to main house.
What makes it especially remarkable is that the herd comes on the very day that Lawrence died. Tula Tula is still owned and run by his wife, Françoise. But since 2009, it's also been home for a rhino orphanage, offering a home to young rhino that have lost their parents due to the activity of poachers. Despite being highly illegal, the slaughter of rhino for their horns continues at an alarming rate. The Tula Tula Rhino Orphanage is run by Karen Trendler with help from 4 Paws. Karen is one of the world's leading experts on this endangered species. Ituba is the most recent arrival at the orphanage, having lost his mother a couple of months ago.
This little boy Ituba comes from a reserve quite close to here. They've had a number of poaching incidents on the reserve. His mother was poached.
At 6 months old, he's still a baby in rhino terms, and not yet able to fend for himself in the wild.
On arrival, he was so traumatized. He then just hated humans. He was smashing himself against the barriers. And on about the 5th day, he suddenly decided, okay, he's going to accept us.
Karen and her team do their best to be surrogates, which means round-the-clock attention, even when he's resting.
They're incredibly tactile. So although this looks like bunny hugging and very cute, it's actually a part of giving him comfort and taking him through the trauma.
Alison is one of Ituba's 3 keepers, along with Axel and Megan.
We're all going to be covered in mud. I can see it. It helps me to get rid of the ticks, protects me from the sun. When I feel hot, I just jump right in here.
What makes this orphanage different is that the young rhino have limited contact with only a small number of humans, 3 permanent volunteers plus Karen. Other places tend to have a larger number of volunteers, which can make the rhinos more comfortable around humans. And that makes them an easy target for poachers.
Oh, good boy.
In the wild, Ituba would be totally dependent on his mother, who would suckle him for up to 12 months and give him constant attention.
Oh, you want to play? Izzy, it's me, it's me, it's me.
Being a playmate is exhausting work, and not without risk, with Ituba outweighing them and being able to run twice as fast.
A few times he caught up with me. I wasn't running fast enough, so instead of running into me, he just cut the corner around me and kept going. So I was concerned for a minute, but he decided, I'm not going to kill you today, Meg. You have another day to live. I appreciate that. It's so fast!
This may look like play, but it's actually an important part of Ituba's rehabilitation, getting him used to interacting with other animals.
The aim is to get him in with other rhino or other calves as well, so that he's got companions and is completely socialized. Every calf that we can put back into the population that can behave and breed as a rhino is a conservation win.
Within the walls of this enclosure, Ituba is safe, but outside in the reserve, there lurks an ever-present danger.
It all looks peaceful and calm, but in fact the staff and his carers have been on edge.
They're on edge because evidence of poaching has been found nearby. At Tula Tula Rhino Orphanage, Karen Trendler and her small team of volunteers raise young rhino like Ituba.
You got any teeth coming through? Are you teething a bit?
Ituba's mother was slaughtered by poachers because rhino horn is worth astronomical sums to international syndicates on the black market. Currently, it fetches $90,000 per kilogram, which makes it more valuable than gold. In an area suffering from poverty, the ability to earn encourages poachers, but it's the syndicates that make the big money. Poachers are usually heavily armed, making them a threat not just to the rhino, but also to the staff.
And there have been post-mortems that we've done on poaching incidents where we have found bullets that have been from 2 or 3 previous poaching incidents.
The situation has become so critical that Karen has been forced to call in anti-poaching experts to advise and help improve security. They've looked over the reserve and surrounding area, and what they've found isn't good.
20, 30 snares.
Yeah.
They
knocking maybe 2 or 3 impala when they come in. They load those up. It's close to the road. Then they exit. These carcasses are lying all over the place.
So it's close to here.
In that valley there.
Yeah.
Mark has found evidence of game poaching on the reserve. This is a real worry, as quite apart from the destruction or theft of the animals, it's only a small step for them to go after one of the valuable rhinos. There are already guards on the reserve, but Mark is suggesting a more hard-nosed military approach.
I've never been one for guns and weapons, and I've always sort of steered away from them. But for me, this morning, standing in the kitchen, just having like all the camouflage and the weapons around, there was this strange sense of safety.
Despite feeling safe, Karen's not comfortable with more guns and guards.
For you guys, it's life. For us, we don't go into this to be weapons and thinking like criminals and snaring. You go in because you love animals, and you're suddenly forced into thinking a different way.
Karen thinks she has good reason to fear for her rhino's safety, especially in the wider reserve, where one of the adult rhinos has a strange injury to one of its ears.
Just that much of her ear was taken off. It wasn't a snare, there's something else very funny on the go. And Alison says subsequently talking to her guys, they also don't feel that it was something normal. Let's go look.
This is a good opportunity to treat the wound.
The wound's not healing so well, so we just need to try and get a better look and treat as much as we can in a short space of time.
While they're looking for injured rhino, Mark outlines more of his plan to beef up the security.
See, what I do with my guys is I'll load up everybody. I'll go and pull guns from everywhere. And I just go with 3 bucky loads full of oaks, and it's just guns everywhere.
It doesn't take long to find the rhino with the ear wound and her mate.
We're going to lure them to the car so we can look at her wound. Are you ready, Nunes? Hello, Nunu. There it is. Oh, she's perfect.
Alison reared Ntombi and Tabo from calves, so they trust her to get close enough to daub the wound with antiseptic and healing ointment.
Sorry, Nunu. It's all for your own good.
But you see the scratches.
Mark mentions that his men found a hyena caught in a poacher's snare, so they decide to take a look. Poachers face harsh penalties if they're caught.
Christmas Day, I caught a rhino poacher. Me and my associates here, this guy called Poacher. We arrest them, we take them to a police station, we lay cases against them, trespassing on private property. With the horn and the weapon in his possession, he goes to jail for life.
Oh, no. He suffered, this poor boy. He fought like...
See the
The snares aren't selective, so lots of other animals die unnecessarily. This hyena was of no value for the poachers, which is why it's been left here. It's heartbreaking for Karen.
This hyena's got to me. I don't know why it's got to me so much. Maybe it's just cumulative, or... I don't know why, it just has.
Seeing this makes her even more worried about the safety of her rhino and her staff.
You must understand, if you're pulling your people out,
you're going to have
it's
someone
a month.
in here.
You need somebody to cover you.
We've got to keep 2 rhino guards on, or 4 rhino guards.
You need 4.
Because of night and day.
Day and night.
And then 2 to do the bush.
Bush. If you want to be effective, a team that strolls and monitors
all the time,
checks the bush, checks perimeters, live in the bush. They don't come back to the house. I want them out here all the time. They can set up a camp in the bush.
For the sake of the rhino, it's got to be sorted before another one is admitted.
At the Jordan Transit Center, the Four Paws team are up early preparing for the long day ahead. Dr. Guritz is setting up the examination area, and Dr. Shahin gets the anesthetic darts ready. First up are 5 lions. They didn't grow up together, but since coming to the center, they've shared the same enclosure.
Very exciting, and I think it's very good that we managed to introduce the animals together. Like, it was like 2 individuals, and then we did an introduction, then we did a second introduction. So it's very nice to see them all together as a one pride, going all together to a new place. Very exciting. Yeah, it's definitely very exciting.
Once it's clear the dart has taken full effect, the first lion is carefully shifted. Many of these animals have little or no medical background because they were rescued from places that didn't keep records. So while they're sedated, it's a good opportunity to do a full checkup in the temporary examination area. While the first animal is being checked, the next patient is darted and moved. So far, everything is going smoothly, and the first lion is in good shape.
We checked the heart so far and the kidneys, and these organs look very good, very healthy.
After the animal has had its medical check, it's loaded into one of the crates. Dr. Guritz administers an antidote to the anesthetic to bring the lion out of deep sedation. It won't wake him up completely because it's better for the animal if he's partially sedated during the trip. The next lion arrives and another checkup ensues. It's an exhaustive process. They take blood samples and scan with ultrasound and X-rays to get an overall sense of the animal's health. And this animal appears to be in relatively good health as well. If this continues, they will definitely make their end-of-day deadline.
So far, we stick to the schedule. So now we are waiting for the third animal. And so far, we didn't find any major pathology, which is good.
But their luck runs out with the fourth lion, a 7-year-old female.
Yeah, she is from outside a very healthy animal, but inside with ultrasound we found some difficult observations which indicates that she has a health problem. The major health problem is based in the heart. The heart is not contracting enough. It is slightly dilated, and that means she's actually a quite sick animal.
The vet decides she's well enough to make the journey today, but they will need to keep an eye on her. The first crates are loaded onto the trucks as the last lion is readied for examination.
Summer is the 5th lion for the day. We have just started her and we're waiting her to sleep, obviously. Once she's sleeping, we'll just go do the general examination and off we go.
Summer is in reasonable health, so now they can load all the crates. They find branches to put over the crates to shield the animals from the intense sun. Their destination is about an hour's journey from Amman, up in the mountains. But just when everything seems to be going according to plan, the truck driver reports a problem with his brakes. With the road being relatively steep, he can't go on until they're fixed. This is a real worry. It's the hottest time of the day, and the animals are sweltering inside their crates.
What happened? I think the pressure tube went off.
If they don't get the truck moving soon, they risk losing some of them. It's 1 year later at the Rhino Orphanage, and it's been an eventful year, especially for Karen Trendler. Diagnosed with cancer, she's been receiving chemotherapy while trying to manage and care for more and more orphaned rhinos.
Part of this whole cancer thing for me was that sudden thing of, oh my goodness, I'm not going to make it. I mean, I really was. And I haven't taught enough, I haven't shared enough, I haven't. It's become a driving thing now, is rather than do it myself, to start sharing and teaching.
Axel is one of a number of permanent volunteers who work here and learn about the intricacies of rhino care.
But because rhino can't digest the rice, you have to blend it. It's like a very disgusting liquid thing. It doesn't look tasty, but he likes it. That's the most important. That's all Karen's expertise.
Axel has become particularly fond of 2 black rhinos.
Black rhino are very inquisitive, curious, and very, very clever. That's crazy. I mean, they talk much more. These ones, they just, Storm, for example, just talk all the time to you, just come to you and see where you are and just start to like that, you know. So Karen says they talk about the weather.
Nandi came to Tula Tula when she was about 2 months old, after her mother had been killed by poachers. Then a week later, Storm arrived.
Yeah, we are going to give them milk because they are hungry.
2 little miracle black rhino.
Yes, you want. So that's Storm.
At first, Storm was very sick, unable to hold down food and losing weight. It was touch and go, but after keeping him in isolation with round-the-clock nursing, he started to improve.
Just saying to Axel, there's something so relaxing and comforting just listening to them eating.
It have to be my favourite too.
With the black, you like that?
Have to be my favourite.
Rhino have acquired the reputation of being unintelligent, but Axel has discovered that Nandi and Storm are actually very smart.
And one thing I was very surprised is they were around 4 months old. And they were in the neonatal unit, and we had to close the barrier. It was a system with a latch to lock it. And I don't know how, one morning I woke up with a rhino next to me. I was just, what happened? I'm sure I locked it. And during the day, I saw that both of them understood that it was a latch, so with the top lip, they were just lifting it and just come walk around. It's very clever, you know.
Another recent arrival has made friends with the dog. Her name, Mokosi, came after a chance meeting with Zulu royalty at a petrol station. She was a very sick little calf, and Karen was transporting her to the orphanage.
And we were at the garage in Pongola, and these Zulu royal family came across. And they said, well, what have you got in the vehicle? And we said, a rhino. And they explained to us that the Zulu royalty is linked with rhino. And they said, could we have the honor of naming her? So the Zulu queen named her Makosi, which is leader.
As if a dog and rhino aren't unusual enough playmates, Makosi's best friend is a hippo.
Charlie, a hippo, his pod just left him completely. He was abandoned. And they couldn't work out what had happened. And when he was brought into us, he was also really, really tiny. And we had them in the same room the night that she arrived, with a barrier between them. And little Makosi just would not settle. By 3 a.m. in the morning, I was absolutely frantic. She was just beside herself. So I took a chance and dropped the barrier between the hippo and the rhino, and they went like this, lay on the mattress, and that's been ever since. Charlie, really?
Axel's getting their dinner ready, but it appears they're in no rush to eat. What lies beyond the gate seems to be of more interest. Karen's efforts to persuade them to come back to the main house don't seem to be working. Neither does Axel's unusual suggestion.
Going to tickle your bum.
Rhino and hippos have poor eyesight, so neither Makosi nor Charlie are likely to see a milk bottle from that distance. But they both have a very keen sense of smell, and eventually they realize food is on offer. In Jordan, the big shift of animals by the Four Paws team has come to a dead stop.
As usual, something expected is unexpected we see all the time. So everything was fine, and now we have problem with the brake, so the pressure. So we have to stop, and the driver tried to repair the car. I hope in the next few minutes we will move. Let's know.
It's the middle of the day. There's no shade, and the team are getting worried about the welfare of the animals inside the transport crates.
So we're cutting some grass or some branches to cover the crates. So it's not an ideal situation for the animals.
But there's a distinct lack of trees and bushes on the side of the road. The Four Paws team gives serious thought to using large bunches of carrots instead. And just when the carrot seller is thinking it could be a very successful day, the brake problem is fixed and the truck is off again.
Very good, very good. Thank you, thank you.
The precious cargo arrives. It's a significant moment. The first animals to be housed at the Al Mahwa Sanctuary. Princess Alia is a patron and has come to watch. This moment represents the culmination of years of effort and cooperation between Four Paws and many different organizations, including her own charity. Even now, when they're just about to be released, the team are still doing their best to keep the animals cool. It's been a big journey for these 5 lions, originally housed in poor living conditions, then moved to the transit center, and now, finally, they're here.
Can't cry in front of all of you guys, but yeah, it's just unbelievable.
5:40 we left. Very long day, but I'm happy that the 5 lions are endally safe here with some logistic troubles on the road, with the truck with some complications. But luckily we are here now, and with big effort from the team, I believe the team succeeded to release the first 5 lions, and it's a great day for all the team here. So we're very, very happy for the success till now.
Tensions are high at Tula Tula Rhino Orphanage following recent signs of animal poachers being active in the area. Manager Karen Trendler has engaged a permanent unit to patrol the reserve.
There are reports at the moment that syndicates that were operating Kruger, now with the increased security, are now operating here. So we're on high alert again. You know, we get used to living like that, but new volunteers coming in or new people coming in just haven't had any idea as to, you know, the level of threat that we're under constantly.
The security team is stepping up its activities. Today, they're running a training exercise, teaching a dog to track someone hiding in the bush.
We're going to go out and show you how, if we find something, we find suspect or some foot tracks.
The dog is given a scent to follow.
So I'll take my dog to track and see if we can find any suspect in the bush that was poaching.
If this were real, it would be a life or death situation for these guards. With poachers facing life in prison if caught, they usually shoot when they're discovered. So these rangers have to be prepared to shoot back and shoot to kill. This level of force doesn't sit well with Karen.
Shoot the poachers, you know, shoot to kill, good policy. But people forget what the impact it has on the ranger. That he's taken someone's life, that he's been put into a position where he's had to protect his own life by shooting someone. If he comes from the same community as the ranger, you know, the poacher that he shot, there have been rangers that have had to actually move out of their communities completely because they've been threatened after.
It doesn't take the dog long to find the pretend poacher in a tree. As much as Karen wishes she didn't have this sort of activity on the reserve, it's essential she does her bit to combat the ever-increasing poaching problem.
And even in South Africa, people are actually unaware of how serious the problem is. We've got transnational organized crime on an incredibly big level operating in this country. It's a war. It changes the situation. And even more frightening than that is it's not just rhino. The illegal trade in wildlife, the poaching of wildlife and wildlife parts on a global level is almost equal to the drug and the weapons trade. So really what we're doing is one tiny part of a much, much bigger global onslaught.
4 Paws is very central to this global effort. Back at the transit center in Jordan, the team are beginning another day of moving animals to the Al-Mawa sanctuary. But they're off to a bad start with some sad news about the injured fox brought in yesterday.
Unfortunately, the fox died. He died from a brain edema, which means the brain grows bigger and bigger and the skull compresses the brain, and that makes it very severe.
Every animal is important to the team, and they did all they could for the fox. Now they have to focus on shifting 2 tigers and a brown bear. The tiger's response to being darted by Dr. Guritz is very different to the way the lions responded the previous day.
So I guess it was real proof that tigers are have more temperament than lions, so yeah, a little bit more suspicious.
Once the first tiger is anesthetized, it goes for a medical check. These 2 tigers were victims of a smuggling operation when they were small cubs. Customs officers found them hidden in a cat carrier, covered in feces, dirty and very aggressive. They've been at the center for more than 2 years now. The first one appears to be in good health. The second tiger has been darted and is ready to be brought in for its checkup. And he will be followed by Baloo the bear. Baloo was spotted languishing in pitiful conditions in a local zoo by one of the co-founders of the Princess Alia Foundation.
She saw Baloo and she came back and she said, "You've got to get that bear," because, you know, he's just, it was such a sad situation.
One dart doesn't seem to have much effect.
The dose wasn't enough, so we had to administer a second dart so he can sleep. He's quite fat, that's why.
So the problem is that if you don't know the animal in the background of the health status, and if you don't know the exact weight, it's hard to calculate the exact dosage. And That's the reason why you start with the minimum doses, maybe sometimes if you're not really know the animal, and then you have to take into account the body weight and sometimes if the needle hits a fat pad, then it takes much longer the induction. So the ideal thing is the needle goes straight into the muscle, and then the induction time is much shorter.
Eventually, the second dart takes effect. Once Dr. Goeritz is satisfied Baloo is asleep, they have the challenge of moving him. Not an easy task when he weighs at least 3 times the weight of an average man. More tranquilizer is given to ensure Baloo doesn't wake up.
No. He will fall down by this way.
Yeah. 3, good.
And then he's given a comprehensive medical examination, including an ultrasound of his chest cavity.
And there's no fluid around the heart. It's not a beautiful view, but it's absolutely okay.
Apart from being overweight, Baloo is in good health. That means it's safe to transport him to the sanctuary. The teams from 4 Paws and Al Mawa work closely together to get these last 3 animals into their crates.
Yeah, go slowly.
Hands away.
Yeah.
And then the truck heads out with its precious cargo. Hopefully the trip will go more smoothly than it did yesterday. At Tula Tula Rhino Orphanage, Karen Trendler reveals how she came to be involved in caring for young orphaned rhino.
I never chose to work with rhino. I was doing small mammals, birds, just general game from a rehab and rescue point of view.
But then a rhino conservationist sent her a baby rhino to save. Born premature, there was very little chance it would survive.
And against all odds, total ignorance, we kept the calf alive. And it opened up a floodgate of rhino. There was no choice in it, they just came. And the more you work with them, the more you begin to be passionate about them, the more you see of them. And then when you see them being poached at the rate they are, when you see the brutality, when you see their numbers dropping, it becomes more than just a passion for them, it becomes an absolute fierceness, a desire to protect them. So it's about protecting them now, but also thinking in the future. Can you imagine saying to kids, sorry, we let the rhino die on our watch?
This morning, Charlie the hippo and Mukosi the rhino are receiving their regular skin treatment.
In the wild, they would be getting mother's milk and they'd be having proper mud baths and under normal conditions, so the skin is okay. Once you bring them into a captive situation and they're not out in the wild and they're under infrared heating, the skin dries quite a bit. So we give them the aqueous baths and we do regular rubs. It's actually very calming and very relaxing for the rhino. And anything that you can do to keep their stress down and make life more pleasant, the better weight gain they get and the happier they are, the better the long-term chances for us putting them back into the wild.
There are older rhino at the orphanage that are getting closer to going back into the wild, like Ituba. Axel has cared for Ituba ever since he was first brought to the orphanage.
My first orphan rhino, so yeah, it's a special boy. Ituba, for the first 4 months, you have to spend all the time with them because in the wild they got the mom. It's the big protection, so when they are scared, they got this big tank to protect them. So they always seek comfort at a small age. So yeah, that was a quite traumatized baby. But after a few months, yeah, he was fine. He started to grow up and he was more independent.
With no mothers, Axel and the other volunteers must act as surrogates to the young orphans. Not surprisingly, a strong bond forms between human and rhino. However, it can't be allowed to last too long if that animal is ever going to fend for itself in the wild.
And now we arrive at the stage he's been introduced to this 3 rhino and he doesn't want me anymore. He's the big male, so yeah, he just wants me out, which is good.
Karen's ultimate aim is to return each of her orphan rhinos to the wild.
There's a huge concern when you're rearing rhino. You have to try and find that balance between giving them appropriate mothering and comfort, which entails bonding, having a human bond with that calf. But at the same time, you don't want that little rhino to become too humanized, because when it goes back to the wild, you get problematic and, Rhino that is too tame and too used to humans becomes much more vulnerable to poaching.
Obviously, when they grow up, you start to put distance and have less contact. And with a rhino like Ituba, I don't touch him anymore. And he doesn't want me to touch him anyway. He will just knock me away.
The current weaning phase that we're going through with Ituba and with Ituba's group is a critical part of the next stage, which is going to happen within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Ituba and Tando, who are two little bulls who came from the same reserve, are going to be moved to a very large camp. And hopefully in 9 months to 12 months' time, they will be free and wild rhino, which is what this is actually all about.
I'm excited. Maybe the D-Day I will be crying, who knows, you know. But so far I'm very excited. I just want to see them in this big boma and just grazing and be wild rhino family.
Unfortunately, it's not an option to return any of the animals in Jordan to the wild. Raised in captivity, they've never learned the skills and instincts they would need to survive. However, for the 5 lions transported yesterday and the 2 tigers and Balu the bear who are being moved today, a more satisfying and enriching life awaits them at the Al Marwa Sanctuary. Today marks the official opening of the sanctuary. 4 Paws and the Princess Alia Foundation have been working towards this day for more than 2 years.
But today we can really look back on a good development, and it's so good that now the first animals will come here, will get here their new homes, and I think it's a big project for the region here, for the tourism in the region, and also for the people here, to learn about the animals. We want to connect the humans and the animals to bring them together in their minds.
So I think it's really a raising of awareness on really learning that this is what an animal should be like, not, you know, come and see it in the zoo and, you know, it's lying down and half dead.
Dignitaries, media, the 4 Paws and Al Marwa teams all watch nervously as the transport crates are unloaded and positioned in the enclosures for the release. Before long, the first tiger comes out. He's still feeling the effects of the sedation. Balu the bear plays it safe, giving his new surroundings a cursory once-over before retreating back into the privacy of his crate.
There were a lot of people around, talking, chatting, whatever. So that was not easy for him. And bless him, he's got a point, I think.
The second tiger shows no ill effects from the trip. Clearly, he wasn't happy with the indignity of being cooped up in a box and wants everyone to know it. It will take several days before all the moved animals settle properly into their new surroundings. However, this has been a very successful start for the new Al Marwa Sanctuary.
I left all my studies in London just to come and be part of that. So I have huge respect to what Al Marwa is doing. It's not easy to be in the region and be alone. We're the only, like Al Marwa is the only sanctuary in the whole Middle East. I have seen miracles here coming true, so no, I have huge respect to this organization. And I'm very happy to be part of it. I mean, I'm blessed.
5 lions, 2 tigers and 1 bear could also be feeling very blessed to be at Al Marwa.
It's the first time that they have smelt a tree, rolled in the earth, smelt real nature around them. It's the first time ever they've been off concrete. And to be a part of that, to help in making that happen for any living soul is really such an honor. Look at that.